variable. So for example, here I am. Hello everyone, welcome to this course. In this course, we are going to have an introduction to numeric data types in Python. So the first one that we would like to talk about is an integer. So an integer means a whole number with no decimal points. It means, for example, number 1, number 10, number 20. Any numbers with no decimal point, they are integers. Secondly, we would like to talk about float numbers, numbers with decimals, and they can represent fractions. For example, 3.14 or 5.20. These numbers are float numbers. In order to declare numbers and assign them to a variable in Python, we simply write down the name of the variable, an equals sign, and then we are assigning a number to that variable. So for example, here I am initializing a variable called x, and I'm assigning number 10 to this x variable. And here also I am initializing one variable called y, and I'm assigning 3.14 to y. So based on our definition of integers and floats, we understand that x is an integer variable because an integer value is assigned to it, and y is a float variable because a float variable value is assigned to it. By the way, if we want to comment something in Python, we need to have this pound sign before that. For example, when I am writing something after the pound sign, for example, hello from Python, and because we are having a pound sign here before that, it means that it's a comment. So compiler is not going to understand and read these parts. These parts are mainly provided between developers. So if I am developing a code for myself, I can have these comments throughout the code in order for me to have a better understanding of this code. For example, after 2 years, when I come back to my code, I may not remember all the details, but by writing down comments, I can read the comments and it helps me to understand the code better. And also, if I want to, for example, pass this code to another developer, that developer can understand my code better if I'm having some comments in the code. So all these parts that are shown in green are comments, and compiler has nothing to do with them. However, the rest of the code, as you see here, are shown with different colors, and therefore compiler is treating them as something to work with. So here I am initializing one x variable equals to 10 and one y variable equals to 3.14. However, if I would like to see these variables in the output, I can simply print them. So let me comment these parts. So when I type down the print keyword and I type down the x, and when I compile, I see in the output that number 10 is being printed out in the output. So basically, I'm telling the compiler to print the variable x value for me in the output, and it is showing me the variable value. And if I want to print y, I type down the keyword, and within parentheses, I'm typing down the data type, the name of the variable, sorry, and it is going to print that. So when I compile again, I see 10 and 3.14, which are the values for x and y respectively. But when I see this, maybe it would be nice to have some explanation. So now I comment these two lines using a pound sign, and I uncomment this part by printing out by removing the pound sign. And in order for me to have a better understanding of my output, because I may have the print sign for 10 lines, so I would like to have something to be printed out before the variable value, so I can easily recognize which number represents which variable. So I'm adding a comment here. For example, I'm typing down the print keyword, and within parentheses, I have two parts and they are separated by a comma. In the first part, in the code, I'm having x equals, and then in the second part, I'm typing down the name of my variable, which is x, and I'm in the second line, I'm having y equals, and separated by a comma from the second part in the parentheses, which is the name of the variable that I would like to print. So when I run this code, you see this time it prints for me x equals and then 10, y equals 3.14. So when I have, for example, 100 lines to be printed, I don't have to remember, okay, 10 was the number of which variable, so I need to go back to in the code and check, etc. Instead of that, I can simply print this text in the terminal, so I understand 10 is the value that represents variable x, and also y equals 3.14. So in this video, we learned about integers and float data types in Python, and we learned how to print them in the output. And also we learned how to comment some parts that compiler has nothing to do with them. For example, now the compiler is not printing this part because there is a pound sign behind that. But if I uncomment this part and I compile, I see 10. Let me go up a bit. Okay, I see 10. Then I see x equals 10, y equals 3.14. So this is being printed, which is this 10 number, because it is printing x, and x is equal to 10. Sorry, I went up too much. And then I'm having this line being printed out, and then this line being printed out. But this line is not being printed out because there is a pound sign there. So if I remove the pound sign and I compile, I see that now I see that 3.14 is now being also printed out in the output. Thank you for watching. In the next videos, we are going to have some coding exercises with respect to initializing and declaring integer variables and float variables. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to talk about strings. So a string is a sequence of characters enclosed in quotes. A string can include letters, numbers, symbols, or spaces. So in order to initialize one string, I am giving it a name r equals, and in quotes, I'm having the string that I want. It is, for example, in this case, Reza Shahin. So a variable r is assigned a string, and this string is Reza Shahin. I can have another string, for example, it could be hello world. So this is my second string, and I can also print x for myself. So when I run the code, I see that first I'm printing the string r, which is Reza Shahin, and then I'm printing x variable, which is another string, and it is hello world, and hello world is being printed out here. As you see, also the space between these two words are included. So basically, whatever that is included between the quotes is going to be considered in the string. So this is how we declare and we print out one string in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In today's video, we are going to work with type checking. So we can have different types of variables, for example, integers or floats. In this case, I'm declaring x equals 10, y equals to 3.14. But however, what would happen if I want to know exactly their type to be explicitly mentioned in the output? To do that, we need to use the type function. Okay, so in order to know the data type of x and data type of y, I'm going to use the print keyword, and within parentheses, I'm going to use the type function. Type, we use the type keyword, and then I'm having the variable in the parentheses that I want to know the type of. So here, when I run the code, we see that class int and class float is being printed here. It means that the first one is, which is x, is an integer, and the second one, which is y, is a float data type. So basically, we used to use the print function like this. So it was going to print out the x for us. Okay. So now I'm using this function, type function, to know the type of my variable. And which variable? Okay, I want to know the type of x variable, or I want to know the type of y variable. Okay, this is how we can ask the compiler to give us the variable type of different variables. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to again talk about type conversion. Previously, we learned that we can use, for example, int function or float function to convert any other types of variables to an integer or to a float. Here, I'm printing out the variables like this. So I'm having the print keyword, and within parentheses, I'm having float 5. Within parentheses, I'm having 5. So I would like number 5 to be printed out as a float number. And also, I would like to print out the value 3.14 to be printed out as an integer. So when I run this code, I see this output. So number 5 is being printed out like this, like 5.0. It is being printed out with 10 decimal, so it is now a float number. And also the number 3.14, which was originally a float number, is now being printed out only 3. So we converted it into an integer. How? Using this int function. So we put the 3.14 number in the parentheses of integer function, and it is going to basically removes the decimal part and only keep this part, which is going to be an integer in the output. So in this video, we reviewed how we can have a type conversion. We could also have, for example, x equals 5.45 and then print, and in this part we could have, for example, int and x. So x is a variable equals 5.45, so it's a float variable. Okay, so it's a float variable, and now I'm going to convert it to an integer. How? I'm printing out the value of variable x that is converted to an integer. So I'm having a print keyword and then 2 parentheses, and within the parentheses I'm having the int function and 1 parenthesis, and in the parentheses of int I'm having the name of the variable x. So when I run this code now, we see that 5 is being printed out. Why? Because it was originally a float number, 5.45, and this decimal part is being removed and only this integer part is being kept. So in the output we are having the number 5 here. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video we are going to learn how to read information from the user through the terminal. So here I'm firstly initializing, I'm declaring one variable called integer value, and basically I'm assigning this to my variable. But what is this line? So using the input function, let me have the comment here. Using input function, I'm getting the input from the user. Okay, so using this function, this keyword that is reserved in Python, we can get input from the user. And by default, it is a string. When we get it from the user, by default, we get something as a string. And then I'm having my int parentheses. It is going to convert the string into an integer value. So given this explanation, I'm assigning the integer value that is declared here one input, and in the input and in the first parenthesis, in this part, you see the message saying that enter an integer. And then the user is going to enter a number, and that number is going to be stored firstly as a string because this is a default by Python. And using the int function, I'm going to convert that string into a number. So let me run the code first before giving you another example, so it would be more tangible, I think, for you. So when I run this code, this message is shown in the terminal. Enter an integer. Exactly this message is being shown here. As you see, the program is ongoing because it is waiting for me to enter something, okay? So integer value, and you see this green point here, it says that the program is in this line. So integer value variable is declared here, and the value that is going to be assigned to this variable is the following. We are asking the user to enter an integer that is shown in the terminal, and whatever that I enter here is going to be stored as one string by default. And then using this int function, which I explained here, I'm going to convert that string into an integer. So let me type down. So when I type down 40, it is going to print you entered the integer and then 40. Why? Because I'm having a print function here also, and I'm having this message for the first part separated by a comma from the second part. So in the first part, I'm showing the message you entered the integer, so you entered the integer. And in the second part, I'm having the name of my variable integer underline or underscore value, which is here. Okay, so using the input, I'm getting some information from the user, and because it is by default a string and I want it to be an integer because I would like to read an integer from the user, I'm converting that string to integer using this int function. Okay, so the second example here is the following. So I'm having another variable called float value, and I'm going to show the message enter a float using the input again function. Okay, and then whatever, as you know, whatever that is entered by the user is by default defined to be a string. It is a rule of Python. Okay, and using the float function, I'm going to convert that string that is stored from the user into a float variable, and that is going to be assigned to this float value variable. Okay, so firstly I am getting the input from the user, then since it is by default stored as a string, I need to convert it to a float because I am looking for a float. If I was looking for an integer, I was going to convert it to an integer. Okay, so and then the entered value is converted to a float number, and that is going to be assigned to float value variable. Okay, so we are going to get an input from the user, and then I'm going to convert it to a float, and then I'm going to have that float number in the final stage being assigned to my variable, and this variable name is float value. It could be x, it could be y, it could be anything. So let me type down simply x here. Okay, it is x. So x equals this, and then I'm printing out using the print function keyword. I'm printing out you entered the float and a comma and then x. So when I run this code now, it asks me for an integer. I enter 12 and it says you entered the integer 12. Okay, and now it is asking enter a float. I'm saying 3.16, and it is mentioning that you entered the float 3.16. So in this video, we learned that we need to use the input function to get some information from the user, to show the message to the user and store it. And it is by default stored as a string. If we want to have an integer, we need to convert it to an integer. If we want to have a float, we need to convert it to a float, because by default it is a string. In order to convert it to an integer, we use the int and parentheses, and within parentheses we put whatever we want, which is the input in this case from the user. And we have if we want to convert it to a float, we are going to use this float function parentheses. So for example, I can have int and input. So this is how this is going to work. Int and these two parentheses, and then input with the corresponding parentheses. In the input, I'm going to show, for example, write quotes saying that enter an integer for me. Okay. And then the user is going to enter something. It is stored in this part using this input function, and whatever that is stored, because it is in the parentheses of int function, because we're having one int keyword here and one parenthesis in the left and one parenthesis in the right. So whatever that is inside it, it is going to be converted from the string that is by default to an integer. The same rule goes with the float. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to talk about modulus operator. To do that, we are having this sign here. So if we are going to calculate the remainder when one number is divided by another. So modulus operator is going to gives us and finds us the remainder of a division of one variable by another variable. So let me give you an example. For example, here I'm saying that the remainder of 10 divided by 3. And then I'm using this modulus operator here. So when 10 is divided by 3, the remainder is going to be calculated using this operator, and we expect to see the output 1, because if you do the division, you see the remainder will be 1. However, the output of the division of 10 divided by 3 is calculated like this. So we are going to have 10/3. I'm going to repeat. If you're going to calculate the remainder of 10 divided by 3, it is going to be handled by modulus operator. But if you want to know the output of when 10 is divided by 3, you're going to use the slash sign here. Okay, another example is here. So x equals 20, y is 10. I'm having this x modulus y or x modula y. So their result is being assigned to z. Basically, this part of the code is going to do the following. So x is divided by y, and their remainder is going to be calculated using this part of the code, and it is going to be assigned to z. And here we are printing out the remainder of x divided by y is z. So z is going to be printed out here. And we are having the output of division of x by y is going to be assigned to h, and h is going to be printed out here. So when I run the code, we see the remainder of 10 divided by 3 is 1, which is this part. Okay, if you do the calculation, you will see that the remainder is 1. So when 10 is divided by 3, the output is this number, 3 point something, 3.33, for example. And here I'm having two variables, and if x divided by y, their remainder will be 0 because z is shown here. Okay, why? Because they are divisible. So 20 is divisible by 10, so their remainder will be 0. And finally, we are having the output of division of x by y to be assigned to h, and h is printed out here. So the output of 20 divided by 10 is 2. So basically in this video, we learned how to use modulus operator, and we distinguished the difference between modulus operator and division. So modulus operator is going to find us the remainder when one number is divided by another, but division is going to use a slash sign, and it is going to give us the output when one number is divided by another. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to work with floor division. So floor division is going to round down to the nearest whole number. For example, when I have 10 divided by 3 and using the floor division, the output is 3. However, if I have the print 10 divided by 3, we see the output and it is 3.33, for example. Okay, so to do the division, we are going to use the slash sign, but if we want to have floor division, we are going to have slash slash, so double slashes. Basically, this floor division is going to round down to the nearest whole number, to the nearest integer value. So you see that 10 is divided by 3 is 3.33. So it is 3.33, and it is rounded down to 3 now because we see the output here. Okay, so in order to give you another example, we could have like 11, and we could have, for example, I don't know, for example 3, and we could have the output x divided by y, and then print the x floor division by y. So if I have this, they're having the same value. I wanted to have another number, but it's okay. So let me have it like 20, like 3. Okay, so x is 23, y is 3. So when I print the x divided by y, we are having the number 7.66. However, when I have the floor division of x by y, I'm having the number 7. Basically, the floor division is shown by slash slash, as you see here, or as you see here, and it is going to round down the output of the division to the nearest integer value. Okay, round down. This is why even 7.66 is rounded down to 7. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to talk about arithmetic operators. So we are going to discuss addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In order to do that, we can have the print keyword, and in the parentheses, we can have the numbers, for example, 5 plus 3 or 10 divided by 4. I run the code now. We see the output 5 plus 3, the output is 8. And we are having 10 divided by 4, the output is 2.5. We could also have this message being shown. So for example, sum of 5 and 3 is this message being shown out. And we could also have the division of 10 by 4 is, so if I have this message, it's more clear in the output to understand the 8 came from where. Okay, the sum of 5 and 3 is 8. The division of 10 by 4 is 2.5, okay? And another way to have these is like this. So x equals 10, for example, y equals 4. Let me just choose another number. So y equals 4. Now I could have, for example, z equals x plus y, h equals x minus y, for example. We could have, for example, q equals x multiplied by y, and w equals x divided by y. And then I could print out their values. So let me use this keyword. So I can have this. The first one is z, then h, q, and w. And I could have the message, the sum of x and y. I could have this sorry, I forgot the code. The subtraction of x and y, the multiplication of x and y, and we could have it here, the division of x and y. So let me explain what I did here. So what previously we were printing out the sum directly using the numbers, but I would like to use variables in the print out keyword function. So for example, variable z, print variable z, h, q, or w. To do that, I'm declaring x and y. X equals 10, 20, and y equals 5. I'm having z equals x plus y. So 20 plus 5 is going to be assigned to z. We expect it to be 25. And then I'm having x minus y is assigned to a variable named h. So 20 minus 5, we expect it would be 15, and x multiplied by y, its value is assigned to q, and we expect to see 100 here, and also x divided by 5, the output we expect it to be 4, is assigned to w. And we are going to print the sum of x and y, and we are going to print x, which is this part. Then the subtraction of x and y, which is this part, we're going to print h. We're going to print q to be the multiplication of x and y, and w to be x divided by y. So when I run this code, so let me print out, let me comment this part so we don't see them in the output. So we are having the sum of x and y, 25, which we expected here. The subtraction of x and y, which is 15, 15 is here. The multiplication of x and y is 100. And then the division of x and y, 4. So we see that here we could do some arithmetic operations using variables and direct numbers here. So this is basically how we do mathematical operations in Python. And it's a very good example, I think, for you to start coding as of these videos that we just started, because it would be nice to start coding and get used to the syntaxes and start to see if you're making any mistakes or not. And if you're making any mistakes, check your code with the code that I'm providing for you, and you will understand where the error comes from, and then you can improve from there. So I would suggest you to start coding right away so you get used to all the syntaxes. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this section, we're going to talk about Boolean data types in Python. So a Boolean is a data type that represents one of two values, either true or false. And these values are often used in decision making, logical comparison, and control flow. And in Python, Booleans are case sensitive. It means that when we would like to write them down, we need to use an uppercase first letter. For example, we don't have to write them like this. It's not correct. You see, these examples are not correct. If we want to write down true, we should write it with an uppercase first letter like this. Okay, so let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm initializing one variable called is sunny and I'm assigning true to it. And I'm having is raining and I'm assigning the false assigned to it. So when I compile this code, I'm going to see two variables being printed in the output in the terminal. So the first one is this print that we are printing out the is sunny variable, and the second one is that we are printing out the is raining variable. So because is sunny equals true and is raining equals false, I would expect to see one true and one false in the output when I run the code. So let me just compile. So it is compiling. Okay, we see now one true and one false. So basically, we are assigning Boolean data types to these two variables. The first one is true and the second one is false. And we are simply printing out the values that are assigned to these two variables. In the next lectures, we are going to do some coding exercises using these Boolean data types to understand how they can help us to have a control flow, logical comparison, or decision making. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about Boolean expressions. So Boolean expressions evaluate to true or false. So these expressions include equal sign, not equal sign, lower than, larger than, lower than or equal to, and larger than or equal to. Using these logical operators, we can have some output when comparing, for example, two numbers. For example, here I'm having a print keyword in Python, and in the parentheses, I'm checking if 5 is larger than 3. So if this equation is correct, it is going to print out true for us. And in this case, it is correct. So we expect to see a true in the output. And we are printing out 10 equals 20. This is not correct mathematically speaking. This is not correct. So we expect to see false in the output. And 7 is lower than or equal to 7. And this is also true mathematically speaking. Therefore, we expect to see true in the output. So let me first run this code by commenting these lines. So we are going to talk about these three first. So here I see true, false, and true. The first one, 5 is larger than 3. This is true. So we're having the true in the output. 10 equals 20. It is false because it doesn't make sense. And 7 is lower than or equal to 7. And it is true as well. So we're having the true being printed out in the output. So this is how comparison works in using Boolean expressions. And these are the signs. I'm going to repeat them one more time. So this is the sign for equal. So we are checking to see 10 equals 20 or not equal, lower than, larger than, lower than or equal to, larger than or equal to. Moreover, we are going to discuss logical operators. So we are having and, or, and not. So let me comment these 3 lines and uncomment these 3 lines. So I am having the logical operators true and false. So if true and false are together and we are using and logical operator, the output should be and must be false, let's say. If there is an or, the output is true, and when we are saying not true, the output is the opposite, so it is false. So when we are having one true and one false, and we are using the and logical operator here, the answer is always false if we are having one false in the output. Let me illustrate it with another example. So here, if I have true and true, the output is true. If I have false and false, the output is false. So let me comment these 2 lines so we can compare these 3 first. So when we are having at least one false when using and logical operator, the output is false. When both of them are true, the output is true. And when both of them are false, the output is obviously false. Okay? So, sorry, false. Okay? So this is how the AND logical operator is going to work. And even if the false is first and then we are having the true, here the output is again false because we are still having one false here. Okay, so let me run. Okay, so when we are using AND logical operator, if we at least have one false, the output is for sure false. If both of them are false, like this case, the output is false. And if both of them are true, the output is true. So the only possible option that the output is true is when we are having 2 truths using AND operator and logical operators. Okay, this is how logical operator is going to work using AND. Okay, so let me now comment these lines and talk about this line. So using OR operator, we are saying that if this one is true or the other one, okay? In this case, when at least one of them is true, the output is true. So if I run, you see true in the output. So for other cases, if I have true or true, print false or false. So let me run this code. So here I'm saying true or false, the output is true. True or true, the output is true. False or true, the output is true. And false or false, the output is false. So using OR operator, logical operator, if we have at least one true, the output is true. And if both of them are false, the output is false. Because we are checking to see if we are having at least one true when using OR operator. So either this or that must be true. If either of them is true, the output is true. But if both of them are false, the output is false. Okay. And finally, we are having the not logical operator. When I'm having true and before true I'm having not, it is going to return the opposite output for me. So the opposite of true is false. So when I run the code, we see false in the output. So this is a bit abstract for now the logical operators. You may understand the context, but you may not see how it may be useful for the moment if you have no background in programming. But later on in the very same course, in the section where we are going to talk about if conditions, if and else and elif conditions, we are going to use these logical operators practically, and in practice and examples, coding exercises, you will see how practical they are. And you will understand their usage better, much better in that section. But this is just an introduction for you to understand what logical operators are. So we learned that there is and, there is or, and there is not. These are three logical operators that we are going to use. This is just an introduction, and in the section that we are going to talk about if conditions, we're going to use them practically in coding exercises. So I expect that there you will understand everything about logical operators. If you're not sure yet about the things that I told you about logical operators, don't worry. This is just an example here, just to give you a little bit of thoughts about these logical operators, and we're going to see them in practice later on this course. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we would like to write a program that assigns true or false to a variable and prints it. To do that, we learned how to declare a variable. So here I'm declaring a variable is underscore student, and I'm assigning true to it, okay? And I'm basically printing out this variable using the print keyword. So let me run the code. So when I run the code, I see true in the output. I could have, for example, is young equal false. And now here I am assigning a variable that is called, I'm declaring a variable that is called is young, and I'm assigning false to is young, meaning that it's not young, for example, or the person is not young. And using the print keyword, I'm printing out this variable. This could be y, this could be x, for example, this could be x. It's just the name that we give to our variable. So when I run the code, it's false. We see how we can declare and initialize a variable and assign true or false to it and print its value in the terminal in the output. This is how we can start working with booleans in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise session. We're going to write a program that compares two numbers and prints whether the first number is greater than the second one. In order to do that, I'm initializing and declaring and initializing two variables called num1 and num2. I'm assigning 10 and 5 to them respectively. And in the output, I'm using the print keyword and I'm checking to see if the first number is greater than the second one using this comparison operator. So the first one is 10 and the second one is 5. So it means that 10 is larger than 5. Is it correct? Yes. Therefore, it is going to print true in the output. Okay. But if I have number 1 equal to 1, we expect to see the output to be false, as you see here. So this is how logical comparison operators is going to work for Booleans expressions. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to write a program that uses logical operators to combine two Boolean values and print the result. To do that, I'm declaring and initializing two variables. The first one is weekend, and true is assigned to is weekend, so it means that it is during the weekend. And I'm having the has homework to be false. So for example, one student is in the weekend because it's true and has no homework to do. Okay, so we are going to use and or, I mean this and or logical operators as the program wants to combine two Boolean values and print the result. Okay, so I'm printing out the result and I'm using logical operators. So when I'm having one true and one false, we learned that if we are using and logical operator and at least one of them is false, the output is for sure false. So the output is false. And when I'm comparing a true and a false using or logical operator, if at least one true is there, the output is true. Okay? So when I run the code, I expect to see false for the first one and I expect to see true for the second one. I'm going to repeat one more time. So if we are using and logical operator and comparing one true and false, if at least one of them is false, the output is false. And when comparing and using or logical operator, if at least one of them is true, the output is true. If it is still abstract, the context for you, don't worry. It is normal. We are going to see practical examples of this to be more clear for you in sections that we are going to talk about if conditions. Please wait until then. This is just an introduction for you to know what logical operators are in general. Okay? So don't worry, it is normal. This is just to set the ground as an introduction. Then when I'm talking about if conditions, I'm not only I'm going to review these concepts, but also I'm going to provide you with practical examples so you see how how they work and what is the logic behind them. Thank you for watching. Wait until then. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to talk about truthy and falsy values. So in Python, non-Boolean values can be treated as Booleans in certain contexts. For example, truthy values that evaluates to true. They are, for example, non-zero numbers or non-empty strings. On the other side, values that evaluate to false are zero or none or empty, for example, strings. If I want to illustrate an example, we can use the bool keyword and the parentheses. In the parentheses, I can type down non-zero numbers as I mentioned here. So a non-zero number would be treated as a truthy value. So if I type down 1, for example, it is a truthy value. So on the other side, if I type down bool and in the parentheses I put 0, which is this example here, we see that it's a falsy value. Also, if I have any string that is not an empty one, for example, I'm having bool and in the parentheses I would have Reza Shahin, for example. Okay, so this is considered to be one truthy value. But if I have a bool that contains an empty string, it is going to be considered as a falsy value. Okay, this is how non-Boolean values can be treated in certain contexts as Booleans in Python. So to illustrate this example, I'm going to print these examples. How to do that? We just put them in print parentheses. Okay, we use the print keyword and then the parentheses. So in the parentheses, I'm having bool and number 1. I expect to see true because it's a truthy value. Why it is a truthy value? Because it's a non-zero number and this is considered to be truthy value. And for this example that we're considering number 0, we expect to see false. Why? Because in the falsy value, we expect to see number 0. Here we have it. And in this example that we are having bool and the hello string in the quotes, I expect to see true in the output. Why? Because it's a non-empty string and it is considered to be truthy value, so it is going to print out true for us, and it's an empty string, so we expect to be falsy value. We expect to see false in the output because an empty string, as I showed here in an example, is a falsy value. So when I run the code, we see this one, number 1 is true. When we're running with 0, it is false. When we are having a non-empty string, it is true, and an empty string is false. Therefore, in this video, we learned about truthy and falsy values and how non-Boolean values can be treated as Booleans in certain contexts. We are going to discuss these types of non-Boolean values later on in the following sections in coding exercises. And I'm just providing the introductions to them. So later on, when I'm going to review them first and then provide you coding exercises and examples, you have some clear idea that what these things are. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we're going to talk about strings. As previously mentioned, a string is a sequence of characters enclosed in either single quotes or double quotes. And by single quotes, I mean this one, this sign, okay? And double quotes, I mean this sign, okay? And strings are one of the most commonly used data types in Python. And for the strings, both single and double quotes can be used to define strings. So it's optional. We can just choose whatever that we want. And to include quotes inside a string, we can alternate the type of quotes or use escape sequence. Let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm initializing a variable called name, and using a single quote, I'm assigning Alice to this name, and I'm printing out name using the print keyword in Python. Okay, and here I'm having the greeting variable, and I'm printing greeting using the print keyword. However, I'm using double quotes here. As you see, I'm using double quotes here, and in the output, as we will see in a few minutes, there is no difference between single quotes or double quotes. So it's totally optional. You can either use this or this, okay? But what if you want to include quotes inside a string? To do that, for example, I'm having a variable being initialized here called quote, and I'm printing out the quote here using this line. However, I'm having a single quote for the string itself. As you see, I start from in here, and this single quote ends here. And I'm having a she said, comma, and I'm having quotes inside of a string saying that Python is amazing. Okay, so if I run the code, I will explain further other examples, but let me first run the code to show you the difference. So let me also comment these parts. So if I run, we see that in the output we have Alice, hello world. So Alice was declared and initialized using single quotes, and hello world was initialized using double quotes. So you see no difference in the output. They're both the same, so it's up to you. And when I mean to include quotes inside a string, I mean this. So we are printing out she said, comma, Python is amazing. So it's like a direct speech. So if we are going to have quotes sign here in a string, so this is our string and we are having the quotes here, okay? We can alternate the type of the code. So because here I was using the single quote to initialize my string, then in order to include quotes in the string, like Python is amazing to include that, I'm using double quotes. Okay, so you can alternate the type of the quotes. If you're initializing your string using a single quote, you can use double quotes when discussing a quotes in the string. Or if you're declaring and initializing your string using double quotes and you want to include quotes inside your string, you can use single quotes. Okay, so it's vice versa. After that, another way to do that, because we mentioned that either we can alternate the type of the code or use escape sequence. To do that, we can have, for example, she said, and have backslash before the start of the code and after the start of the code, and we have backslash code sign and backslash code sign again here. So backslash code sign and backslash code sign, and inside that we provide our codes. Okay, so when I run this code, we see exactly the same output for this line, for this code, and escape codes in the output. Okay, you see there is no difference. So it's up to you again. So you can alternate the type of codes or use escape sequence. So in this lesson, first of all, we reviewed the concept of strings. Then we mentioned that we can declare and initialize strings using single quotes or double quotes. It's up to us. And if we want to include quotes inside a string, as I'm showing here, okay, inside a string, you can either, there are two ways. You can either alternate the type of quotes or use escape sequence. In order to alternate the type of quotes, if you're using already single quotes to declare your string, for the quotes you need to use double quotes. If you're initializing your string using double quotes, for the quotes inside your string, you need to have single quotes. Okay, or you can use escape sequence. To do that, you're going to use backslash code and backslash code before the start of the code and at the end of the code. So you see the output, they're both the same, so it depends what you prefer. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how to check if a substring exists in a string using the in keyword. To do that, I'm illustrating this with an example. So I'm having a variable called text, and it's a string, and the string is learning Python is fun. This is my string. And I want to check for substring. To do that, I'm having the print keyword, and in parentheses, I'm saying in the quotes, I'm saying Python, and then in text. And text is the name of my variable. So I'm basically, what I'm asking the compiler is to see if the string Python is inside and is included in string text. And you see the Python is there. So we expect to see the output to be true because Python exists in the string text. To say to compiler, we use the codes saying that Python or anything that we want to look for, and use the in keyword and then use the name of the string that we're going to check whether a substring is there or not. So I'm saying Python, is Python a substring of text string? Learning Python is fun. So is Python included, let's say, in this string? The answer is yes. So we expect to see true here. And then I'm checking to see if I check and see Java is included in the string text or not. So we see this string is learning Python is fun and Java is not there. But I'm checking to see if Java is included in this string or not. And since Java is not there, we expect to see false in the output. And also we can check for the absence of a substring. For example, we can say Java not in text, and the output is true because we are saying Java is not in the string text. Yes? And it is going to answer yes, it's true. Java is not in the string text. So when I run the code, we see true, false, and true as we expected. True, false, and true. Basically, it is saying Python is included in the text string because we see the Python. Then Java is not included in the text string because Java is not there. You see no Java there, yeah? And then we are saying, okay, I think Java is not in the string text. Am I right? It says yes, you're right. So it is printing out true in the output. So this is how we can very easily check to see if a substring exists in a string using the in or not in keyword. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to write a program that takes a user's first and last name as input, combine them into a full name, converts the full name to uppercase, and prints the length of the full name, excluding spaces. To do that, I'm having the first name and last name variables, and we are using the input function, if you remember, to take the input from the user for the first name, and it is shown as enter your first name, and the user is going to type down the first name and then enter your last name, and the user is going to type the last name. So the first name and the last name are going to be stored in first name variable and last name variable respectively. Then I'm having the full name, my third variable, which is the first name plus one space and plus last name. Then I'm having uppercase name variable, and it is basically is the full name variable dot upper function. So it is going to make this full name to be uppercase. So let me type down the input. For example, for the first name, I'm going to enter my first name, and for the last name, I'm going to enter Shaheen, which is my last name. Here, the full name is going to be Reza Shaheen with the space in between, as you see here. Okay. And this part, uppercase variable, is going to use this full name, which is this Reza Shaheen, and make all of the convert the full name to uppercase. So previously it was written like this. Okay. It is going to make it to be like this. Okay. It is using the upper function to convert all the characters in uppercases of the full name. Okay. Then I'm having the length variable, and it is going to basically calculate the length of this character of this string, the length of this string for me when considering there is no space in between. Okay. So first of all, I'm using the length function to know the length of my string, and in the parentheses, I'm having the name of my variable, which is the full name here. Okay. Dot replace. So using replace, we can change some of the characters, and we are basically mentioning whatever you see as to be a space, empty place, empty space, just remove it. Okay. So in the first part, we see if you find any space. In the second part, we see, for example, we can type down H. So if you see any space, type down H instead. But because I want to calculate the length of this string without the space between them, I'm going to say, if you see the space, consider no space. So basically, it is going to have it be like this. Okay, so there is when there is no space. So it is going to calculate the length of this string for me when I'm having the replace function. Then I'm having the print in the output full name is the full name variable is being printed out, and we are saying the full name is, and we're having the variable called full name, uppercase name, and I'm having the uppercase name variable here, which is this part, and the full name was this part. And then I'm having the length of full name. When no space is considered, I'm printing out the length variable, which is here, and it is calculated based on the length of the full name variable, in which we are replacing all the spaces with no space. So it is going to calculate the length of this. So when I run, it says enter your first name, I say Reza, enter your last name, I say Shaheen. So it is printing out full name Reza Shaheen, uppercase name Reza Shaheen, length of full name with no space, it is 10. Let us check and verify this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So the length is 10. So we see that we calculated everything correctly. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In today's video, we are going to learn how to combine two strings in Python. So in order to combine two or more strings, we use addition operator. For example, I'm having the variable first name and last name, and they are assigned John and Doe as the first name and last name respectively. And in order to have the full name variable, I'm having first name plus one space and plus last name. So and then I'm printing out the full name in the output. So when I run, I see John Doe. So I'm adding this to have this space here. Okay, so if I don't consider this part, if I remove it, you see that they are smashed together. So you see John Doe. So it is better to have one space here, so it would be more nice. So in this video, we learned how to combine two strings and create our third string using addition operator or plus operator. In order to do that, we simply have the first name, which is our first variable. You see, this is our first variable. This is our second variable, and we are sorry, and we are using addition operator to add these two together and create our third string here, and I'm basically printing out the third string, which is full name. So this is how we can combine two strings. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn about converting case, upper and lower. Using the dot upper parentheses function, we can convert all characters to uppercases, and using the lower function, we can convert all characters to lowercase. For example, I'm having one string here called text, and it is assigned Python, and I'm using the text dot upper and parentheses, and then text dot lower parentheses. So when I run this code, we see in the first example, in the first output, I'm having the Python being printed with uppercase, all of the characters, and in the second print, we see that all of the characters are printed in lower cases, because in the original example, P was written with uppercase, but in the second output, we see everything is written in lower cases. So let me illustrate with another example. So I would say Reza Shaheen, for example, here, and I print the name upper. My name is the name of my variable, my name dot upper and my name dot lower. So when I run the code, we see that in the first print, everything, all of the characters are in uppercase, and in the last print, we see that all the characters are shown in lowercase. So this is basically how we can convert cases in Python. Thank you. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we are going to learn about the replace function in Python. So I'm having one string called text, and it is assigned the hello string. Then I'm having a new variable called new text, and I'm going to use the replace function. So I'm saying that new text equals text, exactly the first one, but I would like to replace H with J. So wherever you see H in the text string, replace it with J. And I'm printing text and new text in the output. So when I run, we see the text is being printed out in the output with no changes. So hello is printed because text is hello and text was assigned hello. But when I'm printing out the new text, it is printing out Jello for me. Why? Because I said new text, this is the new variable, equals text dot replace H and J. So I want the new text to be text, but wherever you see H, replace it with J. So it is going to print out Jello for me because there is one H and this H is going to be replaced by J. So we are having Jello here, okay? In order to use the replace function, we type down the name of the original variable dot the replace keyword, and within parentheses there are two parts, before the comma and after the comma. Before the comma, we type down whatever we want to change, and after the comma, we are going to type the replacement of whatever we want to change. So in this case, in this example, I wanted to replace H with J. So I type down H before comma on the left side, and I type J on the right side after the comma. This is why the new text is now Jello. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to ask the user to enter a string. And then we would like to check to see if that entered string starts with a specific character or not. For example, we're going to ask the user to enter a string. The user is going to enter, for example, Reza. Okay. And then we would like to check and see if the entered string by the user starts with R, with the letter R or not. Okay, so this is some validation. Maybe the user is going to enter something and we would like to check if the user is entering something that is starting with R, for example. Okay, this is how we're going to proceed. Here, to do that, here I'm showing this message to the user and saying that enter a string. Okay, and whatever the user is going to enter is stored in the text variable. Then we are having another variable called start, and we would like to enter the starting character to check. Okay, so here I would say, for example, R, because I want to check if the input string by the user is starting with R or not. Okay, and whatever that we enter here is going to be assigned to start variable, and to check to see if a string starts with that specific character, we show this message first using the print function. Does the string start with, and then I type down the name of the variable start with the character that we want to check. And then in order to actually tell the compiler to check this for us, we can type down the name of the string that the user entered, which is text, and then use the start with function. So this is the name of the function, start with function, and in parentheses we type down the name of the variable that is storing the character. Okay, so let me run the code once. It says enter a string. I type down Reza, and then it asks me to enter a starting character. I would like to check if Reza starts with R. When I enter, it says, does the string starts with R? And the answer is true. Yes, it starts with R. Okay. For example, if I type down, for example, a string Reza, and then I type down H, I would like to check if the string Reza starts with an H. When I enter, it says the answer is false because Reza does not start with an H. So this is how we can do it. Basically, we are first storing the string, then storing the character, starting character, and in order to call the start with function, we type down the name of the string dot start with function, and in parentheses we type down the name of the variable that is used to store the character. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this course. In today's video, we would like to talk about ASCII. It stands for American Standard Code for Information Interchange. And this is a numerical representation of characters, including letters, digits, symbols that are used in computer. For example, a numerical representation of letter capital A is 65. If it's a small a, it's 97, for example. For number 1, the numerical representation is 49, okay? So today we would like to learn how to get and how to obtain these numerical representations, okay? To do that, I am presenting you an example here. So here is a message being shown to the user saying that enter a character to find its ASCII code. Then whatever the user is going to enter, we're going to assign it to this variable called char. And then in order to understand what the numerical representation of the input of the user is, we're going to use ORD function. So in order to use ORD function, we type down the ORD, and in parentheses, we type down the name of our variable. And in this case, it is char, okay? And then simply I use the print function. I type down this message, the ASCII code of, and then the type of and then the name of the variable, and then is message, and then we use the ORD function, and in parentheses I put down the name of char. So let me run the code once. When I run the code, first of all, we expect to see a message from the program that asks us to enter a character to find its numerical representation. For example, here you see enter a character to find its ASCII code. So now I enter capital A, and when I enter, it says the code of A is 65, as we mentioned here. If I type down, for example, capital B, it says it is 66. If I type down, for example, small a, it is going to give us 97. So this is how we can use the ORD function in order to find the numerical representation of characters. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to find the smallest and largest character in a string using the min and max functions. So we are going to have an equivalent of numerical representation for each character. So each character has its numerical representation, and we learned that we can find it using the ORD function, okay? So now we would like to enter one string and understand which character has the largest, let's say, numerical representation, and which character has the smallest numerical representation. Let me first run the code. It says enter a string to find its smallest and largest character. So I type down Reza, for example. It says smallest character is R and largest character is Z. Okay, so when I uncomment these parts, I am showing in the output the numerical representation of R, capital R, and small z. So when I run the code, I again type down Reza, and it says for R, the numerical representation is 82. However, for Z, it's 122. So the smallest character in the string Reza is R, is capital R, and the largest character is Z, based on their numerical representation. Okay, but how do we find that? In order to find it, we are showing this message to the user, enter a string to find its smallest and largest character. Then whatever the user is going to enter, we are assigning it to the variable called text. And in order to find the smallest character, I use the min function, and in parentheses, I type down the name of my variable. In order to find the largest character, I use the max function. I type down the name of my variable, which is text. And then here I'm using the print function to show this message, smallest character and largest character. And then using the min function and max function. Just remember to put this comma in between the message that we would like to be shown in the output, so the smallest character, and when we are calling the variable. When we are having this program, it is going to basically help us to find the smallest and largest character in a string based on ASCII code. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we would like to write a program to check if all characters in a string are lowercase or uppercase. And we are going to use isLower and isUpper functions. So when I run this code, it says enter a string. I type down, for example, Reza, and it says, is the string all lowercase? The answer is true because all of them are indeed in lowercase. And the second part is that, is the string all uppercase? The output is false because indeed it's not all uppercase. It's indeed all lowercase. How do we do it? So I use the input function to show this message to the user, enter a string. And then whatever the user is going to enter, it is going to be assigned to the text variable. Then using the isLower and isUpper function, we are checking this string to see if all characters in the string are lowercase or uppercase. To do that, first I type down the name of my variable, then put a dot, then I type down isLower with empty parentheses to check if all the characters are lowercase, and to check if all the characters are uppercase, we are going to simply type down the name of our variable and then dot and type down the isUpper to check if all the characters in the string are in uppercase or not. So when I run the code one more time, this time I type down Reza with capital letters, so uppercase. It says, is the string all lowercase? False. Why? The reason is very simple. This is all in uppercase. And is the string all uppercase? And it is true. So the answer is true. Basically, in Python, we can use the isLower and isUpper functions to help us to find if all the characters in a string are lowercase or uppercase. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that checks if the characters in a string are numeric. And we can do it using the isDigit function. Let me run the code. So it says enter a string to check if it's numeric. I type down Reza, and the answer is the string numeric? The answer is false because it's not numeric, okay? So when I run the code one more time and I type down, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I enter, it says, is this string numeric? The answer is true. So how can we check that? First of all, I use the input function to show this message to the user, enter a string to check if it's numeric. Then we assign it to the text variable. After that, we are simply printing the output saying that is the string numeric? This is a message that we want to show. This is this one. Then put a comma to call the text variable using and also call the isDigit function. Sorry. So I type down the name of the variable, which is text dot isDigit function, and with empty parentheses. This isDigit function is going to check if this string text contains all characters are numeric or not. Okay, so even if I type down, for example, Reza 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the answer is false. Why? Because it's not all numeric. It is going to check if all the characters in the string are numeric or not. So if I type down 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, for example, it says true because it has all its characters are in numeric view. So this is how we can use isDigit function to check if all the characters in a string are numeric. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to check if a string ends with a specific character, and we are going to use ends with function. I'm asking the user to enter a string, and we are storing the string in the text variable, and then I'm asking the user to enter the ending character to check, and we are going to store it in the end variable here, okay? Then we are going to type down the name of the string dot using the ends with function, and in parentheses I'm calling the variable end that stores the ending character. For example, my string text is Reza, for example, and I would like to check if letter A, the character A, is the character that this text variable is going to end with, okay? We would like to check to see if this string Reza is ending with A or not. This is how we're going to do it. And in order to do that, we're going to use ends with function. We type down the name of the string, which is a text, dot ends with, and in parentheses, I type down the name of the variable that is carrying the ending character. So when I run this code, it says enter a string. I type down Reza, for example, and then it asks me to enter the ending characters to check. I would say A. For example, it says, does the string end with A? And the answer is true. So if I type down, for example, Reza, and then I type down, for example, W, the answer is false because the string Reza is not ending with W, so the answer is false. Indeed, it is ending with an A. So this is how we can use the ends with function in Python to check if a string ends with specific character. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to find the index of a character in a string, and we are going to use the find and index functions. First of all, we're going to ask the user to enter a string, and the entered string from the user is going to be stored in the text variable. For example, the user is going to enter Reza, so text equals Reza, okay? Then we are going to ask the user to enter the character to find. So I would like to find the index of character Z, okay? So character would be equal to Z, okay? So I would like to find the index of Z in the string Reza. This is what the program is all about. And we're going to do it using the find and index function. Using the find function, I type down the name of my string called text, and then dot find. This is the find function. Find, and in parentheses I type down the name of the character that I'm looking for to find its string, okay? And the result of this is assigned to find index, and here I'm using the print function to simply print the value that is stored in find underscore index. Then in order to do the same thing with index function, we're going to type down the name of the string text dot index function. So index function, and in parentheses, again, we type down the name of the character, okay? So here is the char, and then the output of this is assigned to the index variable. Then we are printing out the index. So let me run the code. Before that, let me mention something else as well. So the index of R is 0. The index R equals 0. Index is 1. Z index is 2. And A index is 3. Why? We start from 0. So R, the index of R character in this string is 0. The index of E is 1. And etc. until the end. A equals 3. Why we start? Because simply we start from 0, and this is why the first element index is 0, and the last element, in this case the fourth character, index is 3. So here it says enter a string. I type down Reza, and it says enter the character to find. So I type down Z, for example. It says character Z found at index using find function at index 2 and using index function at index 2 as well. So the Z character is at index 2 indeed, and we use the find function and index function to find the index of this character for us. This is how we can simply type down the name of the string dot the find function, and in parentheses we type down the variable that is carrying the character that we are looking for. And the same goes with the index function. We type down the name of the variable and then the index function, and in parentheses we type down the variable that is carrying the index, that the character that we are looking for to find its index. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that counts the number of occurrences of a character in a string. And we are going to use the count function. Here, I'm asking the user to enter a string, and enter the string by the user is going to be stored in the variable called text. And then I'm going to ask the user enter the character to count, and whatever the user is going to enter is going to store in character. So for example, this is my string, and I would like to ask so let me put it like this. So this is my string, and I want the Python to count the number of occurrences of this A character, this A letter. So in this string, we are having 1 and 2 A's. Okay, I want Python to count it for me. To do that, I need to use the count function. First, I type down the name of my variable in which I'm storing the string. Then I type the name of the function that is count, and in parentheses, I type down the name of the variable that we're storing the character inside of it. So when I run this code, it should first ask me to enter a string and then ask me to enter the character to count. So enter a string. So this is my string, Reza Shahin. Okay. And then enter the character to count. So I would say A, and we see that the result is 2. So there are 2 A's in my string Reza Shahin. As you see, the answer is correct. 1 A, and this is the second A. Okay. We could also say, for example, Reza Shahin, for example, with a PhD degree. Okay, so now I would like to count the number of A's. We see that there are 3 occurrences of character A. This is the second one, this is the first one, this is the second one, and this is the third one. So if I also Reza Shahin with a PhD degree, I could say, for example, count the number of occurrences of character E, and it says 4 characters of E are being in my string. So this is the first one, this is the second one, this is the third and fourth one. So this is how we can use the count function in Python to count the number of occurrences of a character. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that converts the first letter of a string to uppercase, and we're going to use the capitalize function in Python. First of all, we're asking the user to enter a string, and whatever the user is going to enter is going to be stored in the text variable. Then, to capitalize the first letter of this string, we use the capitalize function. So I type down the name of my variable, dot, and then the capitalize function. So when I run this code, I mentioned, for example, Reza Shahin, and as you see, everything is in lowercase. And when I enter, it says Reza Shahin. So it returns me my own string, but R is now capitalized because initially it was not with upper cases. So if I type, for example, another name, this is Reza Shahin, and it is going to, you see that the T is now with uppercase while I entered with lowercase. So we can use the capitalize function in order to convert the first letter of a string to uppercase. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that converts the first letter of each word in a sentence to uppercase, and we are going to use the title function. First of all, I ask the user to enter a sentence, and we are going to store it in the text variable. Then we use the print function to print the outputs, and then we type down the name of my variable dot the title. So when I run this code, it asks me to enter a sentence. So I would say, this is Reza Shahin, okay? And it is going to capitalize the first letter of each word. So T is capitalized because it was lowercase, and then I is capitalized here, and this is R, which is capitalized again here, and then S is now in uppercase. As you see, it was in lowercase originally. So in the previous video, we learned how to capitalize the first letter of a string, but here we are learning how to have the uppercase for the first letter of each word. This is how we can use the title function in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to convert all letters in a string to lowercase, and we're going to use the lower function. First of all, we're going to ask the user to enter a string. We're going to store it in the text variable, and then we type down the name of our variable, which is text, and then dot lower with empty parentheses. So when I run this code, it asks me to enter a string. So everything I would like to be in uppercase. This is Reza Shahin from Python coding lessons. Okay, and when I enter, you see this is my string, and this is the returned string. This is Reza Shahin from Python coding lessons. But you see that all letters in my string are now converted to lowercase. So this is how we can use the lower function to have all letters in a string to become lowercase. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to learn how to convert all letters in a string to uppercase, and we're going to use the upper function. Here I'm asking the user to enter a string as before, and we are assigning it to a variable called text. Then in using print function, I'm printing the output. So I type down the name of my variable dot the upper. So the upper is the function that is going to help me to make all letters in my string to be uppercase. So I type down, this is Reza Shahin from Python coding class. Okay, so this is my string, and as you see, all letters in my string are lowercase. And when I enter, I expect to see the output of my string with all letters in upper cases. So when I run this code, we see here is my string. So this is Reza Shahin from Python coding class. And then we see that here we are having my string, but all letters are now in uppercase. So we learned how to do it using upper function in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we would like to write a program that replaces a substring with another substring using the replace function. So this is what we are going to do. For example, my string is Reza Shahin, and I tell the Python that I would like to change Reza in my Reza Shahin string, and I want to replace it with, for example, John. Okay. And now I would expect the Python to return me John Shahin. So one more time. This is my original string. Then I tell Python that I would like to replace Reza with John. And then I expect to see the output John Shahin. So to do that, I'm having my enter a string message to the user, and then whatever the user is going to enter is going to store in text. So this part is my text variable. So this is my text variable equals Reza Shahin string. Then we are showing another message to the user, enter the substring to replace. And we are going to assign it in old substring variable. So old substring variable equals Reza. So this is Reza that we want to change. Then we are going to show another message to the user saying that enter the new substring, and this is going to be stored in new substring variable. So this is John is my new substring, and finally we are going to use the replace function to print John Shaheen instead of Reza Shaheen. To do that, I use the print function as always to show the output. Then I type down the name of the original variable string. This is the text. Then I type down the name of the string, the name of the function, which is replace. Sorry. So replace here, I'm having it. Okay. So far I type down the name of my variable, which is text, and then I call the replace function. But in parentheses, there are two arguments to mention, one before the comma and one after the comma. The one that is before the comma, we need to type down the old substring, and after the comma, we need to type down the new substring. So I want the old substring to be replaced with the new substring. So the one that we want to change is the left hand side of the comma, and the one that we want to be replaced to inserted in our string is on the right side. So when I run this code, it asks me to enter a string. So I would say Reza Shaheen. This is my string. So enter the substring to replace. So which part of this string I would like to change? I would like to change the part that says Reza. Then it says, okay, what do you want to put instead of Reza? I would say John, okay? And then it returns me John Shaheen in the output. So I use the name of my variable, which is text, then dot replace function. So I call the replace function with two arguments, okay? The first argument before the comma is the argument that I want to be eliminated, and after comma is the argument that I want to be inserted. So these are two arguments. So the first part is the part that I want to be eliminated, and after that I type down the variable, the string that I want to be inserted. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program to split a sentence into words, and we are going to use the split function in Python. Here I'm asking the user to enter a sentence, then whatever the user is going to enter is going to be stored in the text variable, and then simply we call the name of the variable, which is text dot, and then we call the function, which is a split. So when I run this code, everything should be taken care of. So I would say this is Reza Shaheen from Python class, okay? And then we see each word in this sentence is now splitted into words. So this is Reza Shaheen from Python class. So each word in my string in the sentence that was stored in the text variable is now divided into words, as you see it here. So this is how we can use the split function in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about string indexing. So strings are indexed, starting from 0 for the first character. Negative indexing allows you to access characters from the end of the string. For example, -1 is the last character in a string. Let me illustrate it with an example. I'm having a string called word, and I'm assigning Python to this string. In the output, I'm printing out two characters indexes, okay? So in the first one, I'm typing down the name of my string and then assigning 0 in the braces. And then I'm having word again here and number -1. So when I run, first I see P and then I see N. This P comes from the fact that this is the first index of my string, and the first index in my string is this P here, okay? Because we mentioned that it starts from 0 for the first character. So the first character is P here, and therefore when I type down 0 for the string word, it is going to print out in the output the P character. However, when I want to access the last index, instead of just going from the left side, I can start from the right side to go back. It's easier sometimes. To do that, I'm using -1 to access this last character in my word string. So let me illustrate another example. For example, my name. And I assign Reza to my name. So if I print my name, and I print the first one, the first character with index 0. So let me comment these parts. So when I run, I see R here. Okay. So what if I print out the second character here using the 1 index? It is going to print E for me. The third one is Z, and the fourth one is A. So the fourth one is A, but we are typing down 3. Why? Because we started from 0. 0, 1, 2, 3. So the fourth one is 3. Okay. And instead of having 3 to print the last character of this string Reza, I could type down -1 to access this A, or -2, for example, to access Z here. It depends on what we're looking for. But this was a good example to understand string indexing. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about the length of a string. In order to measure the length of a string, we need to use the len function, len and parentheses, to find the number of characters in one string. To do that, I can have one string called message, and I'm assigning hello to this message. Okay, but how many characters this string includes? Let us count 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But if we have a string that is very lengthy, how to measure that? It's hard to count it by ourselves. You see, in order to have that, we can use the len function. The len function works like this. We have the len and parentheses. In the parentheses, we type down the name of the string that we want the len function to measure its characters. Basically, I'm using the len keyword. I'm putting the name of my string inside the parentheses. This is going to calculate the number of characters in the message string, which is 5. We know it because we calculated it. And now I'm going to print the output. In order to print the output, I just put this part in a print function. And in a print function, inside the parentheses, I'm having len, and then the name of my string, which is message. So when I run, I see 5. If I have another string, so I have my name, and the string is, for example, Reza Shahin. So now I'm going to print len my name. Okay, so when I run this code, we see that there are 11 characters in this string. So if I calculate, we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so it can calculate the number of characters. And yes, it calculates the space as well. Whatever that is between the quotes, it is going to calculate it, even the space here. Okay, so we are going to have 11 characters. But if we have a string that is lengthy, it's hard for us to calculate it by ourselves. So we'll let the len function do the job for us. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to talk about string repetition. So repeating a string multiple times using star operator or multiplication sign. Okay, so I'm having the first string or variable called hi, and please note that there is one space after hi here. Okay, and I'm having the new variable being assigned the name of my first variable word times 3. Okay, then I'm printing out my repeated word. I'm going to explain one more time. I'm initializing the word variable and it's high, it's a string. I'm initializing my second variable to be word times 3, and word was my first variable, which was a string. Okay, and in the third line I am printing out my second variable, which is repeated words. So when I run, I see high with one space, high space, and high. Okay, so if I don't have this space, we see that they are very close to each other, as you see in this example here. So I consider this high, so it is going to put space before printing out the next one. So this is how basically we can have a string repetition in Python. It's very easy. So if you want to have 4 repetition, you basically put 4 here, 5 here. So if I put 5 and I compile, we see 5 highs being printed in the output. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about string slicing in Python. So we can extract a portion of a string using slicing. And the formula is this: string, the name of the string, start, and the end. But what is very important is that start is inclusive, but end is exclusive. Let me illustrate it with an example. So I'm having a string called text, and I'm having hello world here. In order to extract a portion of this string, I use this formula here. So I'm printing out the string, which is the name of the string, our text here, and then I'm having braces from 0, colon, and 5. Okay, so there are 2 parts here: before colon, after colon. Before colon is the start point, after colon is the end point. And please note that the start point is inclusive, but the end is exclusive. So we are going to start here from 0, and then we are going to finish at 4, including 4. Why? Because we are having number 5 here, and the end is exclusive. This is just a basic rule in Python. We just need to be aware of it when working with string slicing. So if we want to go up to 4 and include 4, we need to go up to 5 because end is exclusive. So this code is going to give us from index 0 to 4, and index 0, it's here. Okay, so index 0, index 1, index 2, index 3, and index 4. Okay, so we go from 0 up to 5, but not including 5. Okay, then when I run the code, we see the output is hello. The first output is hello. This is for this one. Okay, from index 0 to index 4 is included here. Then in the second part, I'm having 2 parts again: before colon and after colon. So before colon, we learned that it's the starting point that is inclusive, but after the colon is the ending point and it is exclusive. So when I type down nothing in the right part, which is the end of the string, it means that start from 7 here and go until the end of the string. Okay, so what is the string 7? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So 7 is the starting point. W is the starting point. Okay, so I'm having W, and I'm going to continue until the end of the string. Why? Because on the right part here, I don't have anything. If I had like 9, it was going to print out 7 and 8 because the starting point is 7. And when we are having number 9 there, 9 is exclusive, so it is going to go up to 9 and not including 9. So it was going to include 7 and 8 only. So when we type down nothing on the right side, it means that we are going to go until the end of the string. Okay? And again, here we are having the left side starting, the right side ending. I have nothing on the left side, meaning that start from the index 0 and go until up to string 4, including string 4. Okay, so because the end is not inclusive, it is exclusive. So when I see the print in the output for the second one, starting from index 7 until the end, it is printing a word. And when we are having the starting from 0 and ending at 4 inclusive, it is having the hello again for us. Okay, so this is the first part. The second part is that I am reinitializing the text variable called Python, and we are assigning the string Python to it. We can have the print of this string in the output for every second character. To do that, I'm having the name of the string, and then in the braces, we are going to have colon colon 2. It means that every second character, if you have colon colon 3, every third character it is going to print. So in the output, we see P, T, and O. So this is the P, and then it skip the Y, it is printing T, and then it skip H, and it is printing O. So every second character. This is how we're going to use it in a string. Colon colon 2. So if I type down colon colon 3 every third character. So let me rerun. So we see P and H. So it prints P 1, 2. These two are not included. Then H is included. Okay. And 1, 2. And there is no third character after N. So we cannot have anything. So we are having only P and H. So if I have 2 again, I'm having P, and it is not including Y, then it is including T, it is not including H, it is including O. So this is how it's going to work. And then in order to have the reverse of our string, we are going to have colon colon -1. When we are having this code, we are going to see in the output the reverse of our string. So you see that we started with P for Python and ended with N. But here we are having N as the first character, O as the second character, H, T, Y, and P. So we are reversing the string using this code. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we're going to talk about if statements in Python. So let me illustrate it with an example. We would like to write a program that checks if a number is positive and prints positive number if it is correct. It is positive, okay? So there are certain situations that we would like to check certain condition in Python. To do that, we need to use if conditions. For example, we would like to say if this happened, do this. If something else happened, do something else. Okay, so this is a logical conditional statement in Python. For example, here we would like to write a program that checks if a number is positive or not and prints positive number if the number is positive. To do that, I'm initializing a variable called number and I assign number 10 using the if keyword followed by the condition itself, followed by a colon. We are having the if statement in Python. For example, here I'm saying that if that number that we declare to be 10 is larger than 5, then print out the number is greater than 5. Okay, please note that we are having a bit of a space here that is following this if condition. So you start the if condition here, and when you're talking about the statement, the block of code that you want to execute, if this condition is correct, you need to leave some space, and it is automatic. So when you type down an if condition and you enter, usually compilers leave you some spaces automatically. Okay, so when I entered, you see things are going to be started from this part, okay, itself. So it is automatic. So let me run the code. So now the compiler is providing the output for this statement in Python. So you see that in the output, the number is greater than 5. You see that? But if I put here a 15, so I say I am initializing a variable called number that is assigned to 10, and I'm checking to see if this number is larger than 15, do this for me, okay? So when I run, I see nothing in the output as you see it here, okay? So when you see nothing in the output, it means that this part is not passed. This condition is not passed. Why? Because 10 is not larger than 15. So in order to have one if statement in Python, we are having the if keyword followed by the condition. So in this case, we are saying number is larger than 15. Then don't forget to put this colon here as well. Then when you enter, you go for the printing or the rest of the execution of code that you would like to write down there. So for example, I could say if number is lower than 0, for example, print the number is negative, okay? So this is another if condition that I'm typing down here. Please note that there is a little bit of a space. When I enter, it automatically leaves a little bit of a space, so it increases the readability of your code as well, because now you understand that this part of the code execution depends on this if condition. So if we enter this condition, then this execution will be done. So when I run, you see that in the output we see nothing. Why? Because this is 10. 10 is not larger than 15. Therefore, this if condition is not executed because this part is not passed. And by passed, I mean this part is not true. It's not correct. And also because 10 is not lower than 0, therefore this part is not also executed. So what if I put -10, for example, here, and I run the code? So you see that first it checks this if, and it says -10 is larger than 15. No, then this is not being printed out in the output. But it is checking to see -10 is lower than 0. Yes, so it is going to enter this part and execute this part, and it is saying that the number is negative. So this is how basically we can use if statements in Python. In the following videos, we are going to do some practical coding exercises to understand different situations in which we can use if statements. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise. In this video, we are going to talk about if and else statements. In the previous video, we learned already about if statements, but now we are going to include else as well. So we would like to write a program to check if a person is older than 18 or not. Here I'm initializing a variable called age. I'm assigning number 18 to it. I'm having the if keyword here, and I'm checking to see age larger than or equal to 18. So if age is larger than or equal to 18, then colon. So then print out this part for me. So let me first comment this part of the code. So we work with the first part first. So it says that you are eligible to vote. So basically I'm assigning a variable. I'm having again, there are 3 steps. We use the if keyword, we put the condition, and then the colon. Okay. So we are saying that if age is larger than or equal to 18, then if this is true, print out you're eligible to vote. So if I put 10 here, it prints nothing. You see, it prints nothing because 10 is not larger than 18. In this case, we can have else conditions. For example, we want to check because in the output I see nothing. I get somehow, okay, did I do everything correctly? Because I'm not seeing any message in the output. But in order to make sure that you did everything correctly, it's nice to have sometimes an else condition. So if the condition is true, do this. Otherwise, using else keyword, otherwise do this. Okay. So I'm saying that age equals 10. First, I'm checking 10 is larger or equal than 18. No. Otherwise, because it does not pass this condition, print you're not eligible to vote. So when I run, you see that you are not eligible to vote. So it's not going to execute both of the conditions. It is going to either be in the first one or in the second one. Okay, so let me illustrate with another example. So the person age is 22. So this is a program to check if someone can vote or not. Okay, so when I run, it says 22 is larger than 18, so you are eligible to vote. Okay, but if I put, for example, instead of 22, 12, it says you're not eligible to vote in the output. Why? Because 12 is not larger than 18. So this if and else condition is somehow, if the condition is true, do this. Otherwise, say that, for example, you're not eligible. So anything that is not larger than or equal to 18 is going to be included in this else part. Okay, you understand? So this is how an if-else statement would work in Python. We check one condition. If this condition is true, do this. Any other things, otherwise, anything other than the condition that I'm putting there, just included in the else part, then you say that, okay, in the else part, it means that you're not eligible. It doesn't matter if the person is 12 years old, 2 years old, 5 years old, or 17 years old. If it's not included in the larger than or equal to 18, it is considered to be else. Okay, thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about if, elif, else statement in Python. So we would like to write a program that assess the mark of a student and grade it based on different conditions. For example, it is going to grade A to the student if the mark is larger than 19, larger than or equal to 19. It is going to issue grade B if it is larger than or equal to 75. It is going to grade C if it's larger than or equal to 15. And any other number, else part, any other number that is not included in neither of these conditions is going to issue the grade F. So it means that if the mark is lower than 49, okay, or lower than equal to 49, it is going to enter this part, because any other number is going to be included in this part, and the only numbers that can be included in this part it means that it is lower than or equal to 49. So let me run the code first. It says grade B. Why? So I'm having the 85 assigned to marks. In the first part, I'm checking if marks 85 is larger than 90. No, so it is not going to print grade A. Then it comes here. When I'm having several conditions to check, as of the second one, I need to type down elif instead of if. Okay, this is something to note. I'm checking elif mark is larger than or equal to 75. So my number was 85, and it is larger than or equal to 75. Okay, it is true. So this condition is passed. Then it is going to print out grade B for us in the output. So if I type down 92, for example, now we see grade A in the output. So now it is 92. 92 is larger than 90. Yes, so it is going to enter this part of the code and execute grade A. So what if it is 55 and I run? It says grade C. So it is 55. 55 is larger than 90. No, it is not going to print this part. Therefore, it jumps to the next if condition. Elif, as of the second condition checking, we are going to type down elif. Be careful about it. So elif 55 is larger than 75. No, so it is not going to execute this part. So it is going to jump to next elif. It says 55 is larger than 50. Yes. So it is going to enter this part and execute grade C. Okay. So what if I have number 40? So here, before running the code, I'm going to discuss the detail. 40 is larger than 90? No. Then it jumps here. 40 is larger than 75? No. Then it jumps here. 40 is larger than 50? No. So because 40 is not going to enter any of them, we are having the else part. So if I don't have the else part, nothing is going to be printed out in the output because 40 is not in any of the ranges above. Okay, but for clarity, I'm putting the else. So whatever that is not included in neither of the ranges, it is going to be included in the else part. So it says grade F. So when I run, we see grade F in the output. So this is how we can have the checking of the first condition, it is F. As of the second condition, when we want to check, we type down elif, and if we are going to check 100, for example, statements, we type down elif. And for the last one, when we want to say, okay, if neither of the above ranges and if conditions is not passed for certain value, we're going to enter the else part. So you see, if I comment this part, we see nothing in the output because 40 is not in any of the ranges that we are investigating using if and elif conditions. Okay, so it is not larger than 19, not larger than 75, not larger than 15. But for the clarity, it's nice to have something in the output so you know when you have, for example, 2,000 lines of code, it's nice to know what is happening in each part of your code. So I'm having this else part, and also for validation, when you're having something in the output, for validation, it's very good. So here I'm having the grade F being printed in the output, because 40 is not included in neither of the ranges. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to write a program to check if a number is between 10 and 20 inclusive, or if it is equal to 25. So I'm having a variable called a. It is assigned number 15. First is to check to see if this number is between 10 and 20. We can use and to check if the number is between 10 and 20. To do that, I'm having the if condition, if keyword. I'm having this part of the condition first, saying that a is larger than or equal to 10, because it says inclusive. We are having the equal sign as well. And at the same time, it is lower than or equal to 20, because we want to make sure it is between 10 and 20. If it was saying that it's larger than 10, we didn't need this part. Okay, we want to check it must be at the same time larger than 10 and lower than 20. So we need one and operator, logical operator. Why? Because both of the conditions must be met. Therefore, we need one and logical operator. So it says to check if a number is between 10 and 20, or the program itself, the problem statement itself is saying, or if it is equal to 25. So either this condition or this condition. So either this condition must be true or this condition must be true, because it says to check if a number is between 10 and 20 or it is equal to 25. So it says that we are having this to check if it is between 10 and 20 using AND operator. In the parentheses, we are having the first condition being checked and the second condition, or if it is equal to 25. So I'm having OR logical operator and then checking to see if A equals 25. So if either this part or this part is met, because when we are using OR logical operator, either of the conditions should be true to enter the part. So either it is between 10 and 20 or it is equal to 25, it is going to print condition met. Otherwise, it is going to say condition not met. So when I run the code, it says condition met because the number is 15. Okay, so when the number is 15, it is passing this first condition. It says that, okay, 15 is larger than 10 and lower than 20. So it is going to execute the condition met message without even checking this part. Why? Because there is one OR in the middle. So for the OR, we need to have at least one condition to be true. So this part is true. So we don't care about the second part. We are not going to check the second part. We are going to directly type down the message condition met. So if I have the number 5, what would happen? It says condition not met. So 5 is not larger than 10 and lower than 20. Okay, so let us check the second part. So 5, is it equal to 25? No. So neither this part nor this part is true. Therefore, it is not going to execute this part of the code, and it is going to jump here in the else part and print condition not met as we are having here. So what if I have 25? Let me run the code again. It says condition met. Why? First, it checks 25 is larger than 10. Yes. But is it at the same time lower than 20? No. So this part is not met. Okay, for AND logical operator, both of them must be true. But when both of them is not true, the whole parenthesis is not true, which is the first part of the condition before OR. But because we are having OR logical operator, it may be true that the second part is true. So, and we need only one condition for the OR logical operator to enter the condition. So let's check the second part. We say 25 equals 25. Is it true? Yes. So it enters and print out the condition met in the output. So this is how we can have the combination of writing if statement with two logical operator at the same time in one example in one line. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another coding exercise session. In today's video, we are going to talk about if statements when they are combined with logical operators. So let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having one variable called temperature. It is equal to 30 and we have humidity equals to 70. So we want to say if temperature is larger than 25 and at the same time humidity is larger than 60, then it's hot and humid. So first, if temperature is larger than 25 and humidity is larger than 60, print it's hot and humid. Then elif, we're going to have elif, if either the temperature is larger than 25 or humidity is larger than 60, then print it is either hot or humid, otherwise print the weather is comfortable. Okay, this is what we want to write in the output. So don't just see this part of the code, just see these lines, these 3 lines, okay? So if temperature is larger than 25 and humidity is larger than 60, print it's hot and humid. So far, we learned about if statement and nested loop. So we could write something like, for example, if temperature is larger than 25, let me uncomment this part and I comment this part. So we can have something like if temperature is larger than 25 and then if humidity is larger than 60, print hot in the output. Okay, so this is one way to type this code down. So for the first part, we can say if temperature is larger than 25, so we are checking if temperature is larger than 25 and humidity is larger than 60 and humidity is larger than 60, print it's hot and humid. So this is a nested if condition, one if inside another if. So it is going to enter if the this if condition, if the temperature is larger than 25, then it is going to check, okay, the temperature is larger than 25, but the humidity, is it larger than 60? If so, go to this part and print this part for me, okay? So when I run the code, it says it's hot and humid because The temperature is 30, humidity is 70, so 30 is larger than 25. So first condition for the first if is passed. Then 70 is larger than 60, then it is going to print hot and humid. But sometimes, not always, but sometimes it is possible to use logical operator to avoid nested if conditions and have a better way, an easier way to type down this code. How? This is how. So we can have the checking of conditions in one line. So I can say if temperature is larger than 25 and at the same time humidity is larger than 60, instead of typing a nested if condition like this, I'm having in one line and using AND logical operator. When we are using the AND logical operator, we are going to have two conditions to be checked, and both of them must be true to enter the if. Okay, so if the temperature is larger than 25, but humidity is not larger than 60, it is not going to enter this part. It is not going to print it's hot and humid. At the same time, both of the conditions must be true. So the temperature must be larger than 25 at the same time, and humidity must be larger than 60, so it enters and prints this it's hot and humid message in the output. Okay, and I would like to have another condition to be checked. Because it's another condition to be checked, I'm using elif keyword and I'm saying if temperature is larger than 25 or humidity is larger than 60. What's the difference between these two lines? So it's and it's or. So when it's and, it means that the first condition and second condition, both of them must be true to enter the condition. Okay? But when we are using the or logical operator, it means that either the first one or the second one must be true. Okay? One of them at least must be true to enter the condition. This is for sure. But not necessarily both of them. If one of them is correct, it's done. We are going to enter the if condition. So it says temperature is larger than 25, okay, or humidity is larger than 60, then print out it's either hot or humid. Otherwise, if neither of these conditions are true, print the weather is comfortable. So let me run the code now. It says it's hot and humid. Why it enters this part? Because it starts from this part and checks to see temperature is larger than 25. Yes, because it's 30, and humidity is 70. 70 is larger than 60. Yes, so both of the conditions are true. It is going to print this line for us. But if I have the temperature to be 15, for example, and I run the code now, we go and analyze the code now again. So it says temperature is 15. 15 is larger than 25? No. So it is not even going to check the second condition because it's a AND logical operator. Both of the conditions in this line must be true. So if one of them even is not true, it's not going to check the other one because it's using AND operator. So this part is not going to be executed. It jumps to this part. Okay. So it says temperature is larger than 25. So 15 is larger than 25. No, it's not true. But we are using the OR logical operator. Let's check the other side also. So humidity is 70. 70 is larger than 60. Yes. So one of the conditions is true and is passed. Therefore, it is going to execute this part for us. It's either hot or humid. And if we have a situation, if, for example, the humidity is like 10, for example, and I run the code, it says the weather is comfortable because it checks to see 15 is the temperature. 15 is larger than 25. No. So it is not even going to check this part because it's AND logical operator and both of the parts must be true. Therefore, it's not going to execute this part. It jumps here. It checks temperature is 15. 15 is larger than 25. No. But because we are using OR logical operator, it's not a problem if one of them is not true. Let's check to see if the other part is true or not. So humidity is 10. 10 is larger than 60. No. So we are having two conditions and neither is passed. Therefore, this part is not going to be executed as well because for OR logical operator, at least one of them must be true. But for the AND, both of them must be true. Okay, this is the difference. So let me type down both of them must be true. One of them, if, let me type it like this, if one of them is true, it is executed. Okay, but in our case, in this example, we had our temperature and humidity neither included in this range nor in this range. Therefore, it is going to be included in the else part, so the weather is comfortable, and therefore the weather is comfortable is printed out in the output. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In today's video, we are going to talk about for loops. So a for loop is used to iterate over a sequence or a range of numbers. So the for loop iterates through each element in a sequence, performing an action for each element. The range function in Python is often used to loop over a sequence of numbers. Later on in higher level classes and courses in Python, when we are going to learn about list, tuple, dictionary, and set, then we can also integrate for loops with them as well. So a for loop can iterate over a list, a tuple, a dictionary, or a set. But this is something that we're going to discuss in higher level courses. For now, we are going to learn how to use the range function in Python to iterate over a range of numbers. Let me illustrate it with an example. So now we would like to write a program that prints numbers from 1 to 5 using a for loop. This is the statement of our program. So in order to use the for loop, we have the keyword reserved in Python for. Then we are having the I. It could be anything that we want. We choose our iteration variable to be I. And then we are going to use the in keyword reserved for this. Range is the function of the Python that we are going to use, and the range is divided by a comma. So there are two ranges in parentheses that we are going to have when using the range function, the starting point and the ending point. So let me run this code. When we run this code, this I is going to iterate over this range for us. One thing to mention is that the starting point in Python for range function is inclusive, but the ending point is exclusive. It means that it is going to iterate over for all I in the range between 1 to 6, but it is going to iterate over 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and not 6, because the end is exclusive. So it is the start point that is inclusive, okay? And then we are going to print I. So in the output, we are having number 1 to 5 being printed out. But how does it work? So let me put some comment here. So for the first time, we say that we are using this range function. And when we are having the range function, we need to choose the start point and the end point, okay? Start point, end point. And when we are going to have the range function, for example, here we would like to go over numbers from 1 to 5. So the starting point is 1, and it is going to include 1 because it's a rule in Python. So the starting point is inclusive. So it is going to start from 1 and it is going to iterate until it's 5. But because if I write down 5 here, because the end point is exclusive, it is going to iterate over 1, 2, 3, and 4, and not 5, because the end point is exclusive. Okay, so I'm going to put 6 here, therefore it is going to go until 5. So this is how the range function works. And if I want to explain further, we see that for the first time I get the value 1. Okay, when I equals 1, it is basically having this print function being implemented, because we are having print, and in the parentheses we are having I, and I equals 1, so we are going to print 1 in the output, and we see it here. Okay, and then it goes up back again, and I now equals 2. I now equals 2, and it is going to print 2 for us, and we are having it here, and it goes up again. I is incrementing, and we are having the I equals 3, print 3, I equals 4, print 4, and finally I equals 5, print 5. So this is basically what happens in each iteration in this for loop that we are having this output here. So in this lesson, we learned how to write a for loop. We are having a for keyword and one variable to be defined here, then using the in keyword and providing the range, a starting point and an ending point. Starting point is inclusive and the ending point is exclusive. So if I type down until 6, it is not going to go for the 6th one. It is going to go until 5, okay, until the end of 5, including 5. And for this loop, I am printing I. So I, when it starts, because it starts from 1, I equals 1, it is printing 1. Then I is 2, I is 3, printing 3, I is 4, printing 4, I is 5, printing 5, and that's it. It is finished. The for loop is finished, and these are the output of our program. And one thing to mention here is that this is the range function that we are using to iterate over a range of numbers, and it has two parts in the parentheses, starting point and ending point. They are separated by a comma. In the next videos, we are going to discuss further practical coding exercises so you would get used to the syntax of loops, of different types of loops, including for loops. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about while loops in Python. So a while loop repeats as long as a specific condition is true. So the while loop requires a condition to be true, and if the condition becomes false, the loop stops. So we need to be careful to avoid infinite loops by ensuring the condition eventually becomes false, okay? For example, here we're going to print numbers from 1 to 5 using a while loop. Exactly the same exercise as the previous video, but here instead of for loops, we are going to use while loop. So I'm initializing I variable to be 1 before starting the loop, and then I'm having the while keyword, and then the condition here and colon here. Okay, so three parts: the keyword while, the condition here, and the colon. Okay, so I'm going to write down while I is lower than or equal to 5, do these things for me. Okay, while I is lower than and equals to 5, print I, and then increase the value of I by 1. Okay, this sign, let me plus equal, it means that when I'm typing down I plus equal 1, it means I'm typing down I equals I plus 1. So they are basically the same in Python. So I equals I plus 1 is exactly, it is going to do the exact thing as I plus equal 1. Okay, but because it is concise, more concise and more and shorter, we're going to use this way of writing it. But whenever you see this, it means this. Okay, you can type it down somewhere in comments for yourself for a while to get used to it. So let me illustrate it with an example. Initially I equals 1, and when we are going to enter this condition, it checks to see 1 is lower than 5. Yes, it's true. So print I. So it is going to print 1 for us. And then in the next line, we are having I equals I plus 1. It means that I equals 1 plus 1. Therefore, I equals 2. Okay, so this line is exactly like this line. And basically it means that I equals 1 plus 1. Why? We already have 1 here, so this one is that one. And we also have this I here, and I initially equals to 1. So when it equals to 1, we are typing down here. So now I equals to 2, okay? So we incremented the value of I by 1 value. So now I equals 2 at the end of this loop, and it is going to check the condition again. 2 is lower than 5, yes. So it is going to print 2. Then it is typing down I plus 1. Okay, so it means that I equals 2 plus 1, therefore I equals 3. But why 2 plus 1? Because we are having this formula, I equals I plus 1. So I equals 2 plus 1. This plus 1 is exactly the same thing here, but we are having 2 because we entered this loop initially using I equals 2, because this is why we were printing 2. So 2 plus 1, now I equals 3. I equals 3, we are going up here again and we are checking the condition. 3 is lower than 5. Yes, it is lower than 5. So print 3 for me. Print 3, sorry. And then I equals 3 plus 1. I equals 4. Okay. And here 4 is lower than 5. Yes. So print 4. I equals 4 plus 1. I equals 5. 5 is lower than or equal to 5. Yes. So print 5. And then I equals 5 plus 1. I equals 6. So I equals 6 now. 6 is lower than or equal to 5? No, it's not. Therefore, it is not passing this condition, and thus it is not going to enter this loop anymore. So this is not an infinite loop, because we mentioned here we need to ensure that the condition eventually becomes false here, and now it becomes false because I equals 6 and 6 is not lower than 5. Therefore the condition becomes false, and now when I run this program, you see here I'm printing 1 to 5 here. So let me explain it one more time. If we want to have the while loop, we need to initialize the variable a priori to the while loop. So I'm initializing this I here, then I'm having the keyword while, then the condition and one colon, sorry. And as long as I is lower than or equal to 5, I'm going to print the value of I and increase the value of I by 1 unit. And when I'm having I plus equal 1, it means that I plus equal 1, it is exactly equal to this equation. I equals I plus 1. But because it is shorter, we are going to use this one. But we could use this one as well. Okay? So when I equals 1, I print 1 and I increase the value of I by 1 value. So 1 plus 1, it's 2. 2 is lower than 5, yes. So print 2, and 2 plus 1 is 3. So 3 is lower than 5, yes. Print 3 for me, and 3 plus 1 equals 4. So 4 is lower than 5, print 4. 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 is lower than or equal to 5, yes. Print 5. Increase the value of I by 1 value. So 5 plus 1 is 6. And 6 is lower than or equal to 5? No. So it's not going to enter this while anymore. But what happens if I comment this line? So if I comment this line, it is going to have I equals 1. It is going to say 1 is lower than 5, yes. Print 1. And go up again because we commented this line. Okay, I still, it is 1. Okay, 1 is lower than 5, yes. Print 1. Again it goes up back again. 1 is lower than 5, yes. So we are not changing the value of I, so it becomes an infinite loop. So when I run this code, you see it is simply printing 1 again and again. So it is not going to finish because it's an infinite loop. So I need to stop it. Okay, so I need to interrupt it. You see how many 1 it has been printing? Let me go up again. It's not going to finish. So when I go up, oh la la. Okay, so we need to make sure that it is not an infinite loop and it is going to end at some point. This is the important part when we are having the while loop. Thank you for your watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about nested loops. So a loop inside another loop is called a nested loop. A nested loop is useful for working with multi-dimensional data like matrices. The inner loop runs completely for each iteration of the outer loop. Let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having a for loop for variable I iterating between range 1 and 3. I'm having another loop which we call inner loop. So the first one, the loop for the I is outer loop, the loop for the J is inner loop. So we are having another loop here that ranging from 1 to 4, okay? And we are going to print I and J. So if I want to illustrate this, so I equals 1, it enters, when I equals 1, it enters this part. And when it enters, J equals 1 as well. So it is going to print 1. So it is printing 1 and 1, okay, as you see here in the output in the first line, okay. Then I still equals 1, but J is going to increase its value. So J equals 2. Why? Because we are in the outer loop. So when we enter the inner outer loop, the outer loop is 1. So I equals 1. However, when I equals 1, we are going to iterate over all the values that J can take first. And when that is finished, we are going back up again to the outer loop and then increase the value of I. Okay, let me illustrate it with this explanation. You will get what I mean. So I equals 1, J is going to increase from 1 to 2. Therefore, it is going to print 1 and 2 as you see here in the output, the second line. Then I equals 1, J equals 3. It is going to print 1 and 3 in the output as you see here, okay? So the maximum number that I can get is I can be equal 1 and 2. J can be equal to 1, 2, and 3. Because the starting point is included, this is why I get the value 1, but the ending point is excluded. So it is going to exclude number 3. So it is going to iterate over 1 and 2. The same logic goes for J. So it is going to iterate over 1, 2, and 3. So when I equals 1 in these three scenarios, we are going to iterate over J equals 1, J equals 2, and J equals 3. As you see here, I equal 1, J1, I1, J2, I1, J3, okay? And we are going to print I and J using this line. And when all the values for the J is tested for the inner loop, we are going to go back up again and increase the value of I one time. So I equals 2 now. So now I equals 2, J starts from 1 again. J is 1. So 2 I2 J1 I2 J2 I2 J3, okay? So we're going to print 2 and 1. I equals 2, J equals 2. It is going to print 2 and 2 for us. And finally I equals 2, J equals 3. It is going to print 2 and 3 for us. So this is what we see exactly in the output. So let me go back over the code one more time. So we are having one outer loop and one inner loop. So the outer loop is iterating over different values between 1 and 3 for variable I. The inner loop, it is iterating for variable j between 1 and 4. Okay? And in each iteration, we are going to print the value of I and j. So the first time when we enter the outer loop, I equals 1. However, when I equals 1, we are going to iterate over all the j's. So one time I1, J1, I1, J2, I1, J3. Then we are going to increase the value of I when all the values of j are tested. We are increasing the value of I from 1 to 2. So we are having 2, 1, 2, 2, and 2, 3. And we are printing them in the output as you see here. Basically, this is the concept of nested loop in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about break statement. So a break statement is used to exit a loop, even if the loop's condition is still true. It is useful when we want to stop the loop based on certain conditions. So let me illustrate it with an example. We would like to stop the loop when the number equals 5, okay? So we are going to have a for loop. It is going to iterate over I in the range 1 to 10. And we are having the colon here. And we are having one if statement. So if I equals 5, break. If I equals 5, break. Otherwise, print I. Okay, so when I run this code, it is printing 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let me illustrate what's happening here. So I equals 1 in the first time, and it checks to see 1 equals 5. No. So when I say no, it is not going to break because it's not going to enter this part of the if condition. So this is the if condition. This is the statement that is going to be executed if this condition is true. So in the first run, I equals 1. 1 equals to 5? No. Therefore, it is not going to do anything here, and it is going to jump here and print 1 in the output for us. Okay, so print 1. Then I'm having I equal 2. It checks to see 2 equals 5. No, so print 2. I 3, print 3 because 3 is not equal to 5. And I equals 4, print 4. However, when I equals 5, it checks here. 5 equals 5. Yes? Yeah, that is true. So when 5 equals 5, it is going to execute this part of the code. So it is going to break. When it breaks, it means that it exits this for loop. Okay, so it is going to exit this part and it is going to come here where we have nothing more to execute. So this is why when I equals 5, it is not printing anything for us because this print comes after the break. But if this print comes before the break, it is going to also print the 5 for us. But it is now, let me put it here. So when I put the print here and I run the code, you see that 5 is also printed because when I equals 5, it is going to first print 5 and then checks to see if 5 equals to 5 and then it is going to break. Okay, so it's important for you to know where to put the break and how the output of the program could be different based on where you're putting the break. So when I have the break before the print, when I equals 5, it is not going to print 5. But when the print is before the if condition, it is first going to print 5, then break the loop, so it is not going to go for the I equals 6, 7, 8, and 9, because this loop was supposed to go from 1 to 9. I'm saying 1 to 9 because the endpoint is exclusive, so 10 is not going to be considered. It is going to go from 1 to 9. So it is when we are having I equal 5, it is breaking, so it is exiting the loop. Therefore, I equals to 6, 7, 8, and 9 are not executed here. Okay? So this is how we can use the break statement. When certain conditions are met, we can have the break and exit the loops. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that asks the user to enter the price of 3 items one by one, and we would like to use a loop to collect the prices and calculate the total cost. To do that, we are initializing a variable called total cost to be 0. Then I'm using a for loop starting from I. So the I variable is initialized starting from 1, that and ends at 3, because the start is inclusive and is exclusive. So if I type down the range between 1 and 3, I is going to take values 1 and 2 because the end, that 3, is exclusive. So therefore, if we want to ask for 3 items, we need to ask for the range of 1 to 4. So for any I in the range 1 to 4, we are going to ask the user to show the message saying that enter the price of the item 1, for example, item 2 and item 3, and whatever the user is going to enter is going to be converted to float and then be assigned to the price variable here. Okay, and the price variable here is going to be added to the total price. When we are having the plus equal sign, it means that total underline price variable equals to total underscore price plus price. Okay, so this equation equals to this one. They are doing the same thing, but it is a way to write it more concise. So you can write it down like this if it's a bit complex for you or confusing. So it means that the total price, the new total price, equals to total price plus the price. So in the first iteration, the total price equals 0, and the price is whatever the user is going to enter. So imagine that the user is going to enter prices are 20, 25, and 10. Okay, these are the prices. So when I equals 1, price equals 20. So the user is going, we assume that the user is going to enter 20. So total price equals 0 plus 20. Why? Total price, this is the formula, equals total price plus price. So the total price in the first iteration from before that, we know that total price equals 0. And then 20 is the number that we assume that the user is going to enter for the first product. So this means that total price equals 20. Okay. And in the next iteration, we are having this. For example, when I equals 2, price equals 25. This is just an assumption. And then we are going to, I'm assuming these assumptions because I want to give you a hint and a detailed examples, a detailed explanation of how this total price is being calculated. So total price equals total price plus price. So here it is total price plus price, and total price was 20 from the previous iteration, and the newly entered price is 25, so it is equal to 45 now. And in the last iteration, when I equals 3, price equals 10, because we assume that the user is going to enter number 10, and total price is calculated as the previous total price, which is 45, plus the newly price that is added by the user, which is 10. Therefore, the output will be 55. And we mentioned that in the output, after doing the calculation, we mentioned that total price is 55. So when I run this code, sorry, I'm having an error in this part here. So when I run this code, it asks me enter the price of the item. So I enter 20 first, okay? When I enter 20, it says enter the price of the item again, because there are 3 items that we are going to enter. So the second item price is 25 based on my assumption here. And it again says that enter the item. I'm assuming that the third item price is 10. So it is going to calculate the total price item is 55. Why it asked me 3 prices here? Because we were having a range from 1 to 4, and 4 is exclusive. Therefore, it is going to ask 3 times to enter the total price, and whenever I'm entering the price, it is adding the price to the total price variable, which was initially set to be 0, and in each iteration we added the price that we entered here to this total price variable, so the sum will be 55. So in this example, we learned how a for loop can help us to work as a calculator. For example, in shops, when you're going to a shop and you're giving several items to the cashier, the system of that cashier is using the same mechanism and logic to calculate the total price for you. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about continuous statement. So the continuous statement is used to skip the current iteration and move to the next one. It allows the loop to continue running but skips executing the rest of the code for the current iteration. Let me illustrate it with an example. So we would like to write a program that skip even numbers. Okay? For that, we are looping over all values for variable I in the range between 1 and 6, and if this I variable is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, we're going to continue. Otherwise, if this condition is not passed, we're going to print I. So let me type down this: I equals 1, I equals 2, I equals 3, I equals 4, and I equals 5. Okay, so these are the values that I is going to iterate over. So for the first time, when I equals 1, it basically mentions, sorry, let me put this. Okay, 1, if 1 is divided by 2, the remainder would be equal to 0. It is checking this condition. Is it true? No, because it's not true. It is going to print 1 for us. So in the output, we will have the print 1. Okay, then it moves to the next number. So I is incremented by one value. So we are having, if 2 divided by 2, the remainder of this division equals 0. Yes. So when it is yes, it is going to continue. So this condition is passed. Therefore, it is going to skip this iteration. So it is not going to print anything for us in the output. So it is going to skip. It is going to continue. Nothing happens. Skip this iteration. Okay. Then it is going to increment the value of I one more time. So I equals 3 now. So 3, if it is divided by 2, the remainder of this division, is it equal to 0? No. So it's not equal to 0. Therefore, it is going to print 3 in the output. Then I equals 4. 4, if it is divided by 2, the remainder would be 0. No. The remainder would be 0. Yes, sorry. So therefore it is going to skip this iteration again. And finally, when I equals 5, 5 is divided by 2. The remainder, is it 0? No, so it's not 0. Therefore, it is going to print 5 for us. So looking at the output, we see that it is skipping the even numbers. It is printing 1, 3, and 5. So let me run the code one more time. So we are printing 1, 3, and 5. You see here in the output, we are having 1, 3, 5. As we expected, we are printing 1, nothing happens. Printing 3, skip this iteration, and printing 5. Let me go through the analyzing of code one more time. So we are having a for loop starting from I in the range between 1 to 6. So I is going to take values between 1 to 5, okay, between 1 and 5. So in case that when we are entering this loop, if I is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division is equal to 0, do nothing and go back up and increase the value of I. Continue is doing basically this thing. Otherwise, print the value of I. So 1 divided by 2, the remainder is 0? No, because it's not an odd number. It's not an even number. So the definition of even number is when it is divided by 2, the remainder must be equal to 0. Therefore, when this does not happen, the number is odd. So by having this line, we can understand if a number is odd or even. So if one number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that that number was an even number. So we are saying that 1 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No, so it's not 0, therefore it is not going to continue, it's not going to enter this condition, and it is going to print I, and I was 1, so it is printing 1 in the output. Okay, then I equals to 2. 2 is divided by 2. The remainder equals 0. Yes. When the answer is yes, continue. When the answer is yes, so this condition is passed, so it is entering this part. Okay, when entering this part, it says execute the continue statement. And continue statement means that do not execute the rest of the code for the current iteration. Okay, so for the current iteration, it does not execute the code. It goes back up and I is incremented by one value. So I equals 3 now. 3 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No, because the answer is no. It is going to print I here. It is not going to enter the continue part, okay? Because the continue part is going to be executed whenever this if condition is true whenever the statement of the if condition is going to be executed. So printing 3 here, and then for the 4, when I is equals 4, 4 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. Yes, so continue and do not execute the rest of the code for current iteration. It goes back up, so nothing happens here as you see. I equals 5, 5 divided by 2, the remainder equals 0. No, so if the answer is no, print I for me, which is 5 here in the output. So this is basically how we can use the continue statement to skip the current iteration when certain conditions are met. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to do a coding exercise using while loop. We would like to write a program that counts down from 5 to 1. To do that, we are initializing a variable to be 5, and then we are using while loop. So the while loop is going to continue as long as count variable is larger than 0. So the first time that it is initialized to 5, 5 is larger than 0, then it is going to enter this loop. When it enters this loop, it is printing countdown and the number of the count. So in the first time, count equals 5, so it prints 5 in the output. After that, it is decreasing the value of count by one value. We explained that when we are having For example, these signs, it is equivalent to this count minus 1. Okay, so here it means that count equals 5 minus 1. Why? Because it is already initialized to 5 and we are decreasing its value by 1. Okay, so after this equation, count will be 4. So basically, in the first iteration, we are saying that count equals 5. 5 is larger than 0. Yes, it is true. Therefore, it enters the loop. It prints the value 5 for us, as we indicated here, and it decreased the value of count by 1 unit. So count is now 4. It goes back up. It checks the condition again. 4 is larger than 0. Yes. So count equals 4. So it prints 4, and now count equals 4 minus 1. Therefore count equals 3. Why? Because it was 4 already in this equation here. It was already 4 from the previous iteration minus 1, which is here. 4 minus 1, now count equals 3. So now it goes back up again to check the condition. 3 is larger than 0. Yes, therefore it enters the loop. It is saying that count is 3, so it is printing the value 3 and it is calculating 3 minus 1. Therefore count equals 2. And in the next iteration, 2 is larger than 0. Yes, it enters the loop again, so it prints number 2 and calculate the count again and reduce it by 1 value. 2 minus 1, so count equals 1. And now 1 is larger than 0. Yes, so count equals 1. Print 1. And we are having 1 minus 1 equals, now count equals 0. So it goes back up again. It checks count is larger than 0. So count in the final iteration, it is 4. So 4 is larger than 0. No, it's not. Therefore, it's not going to enter the loop. Therefore, these two lines are not going to be executed, and it is going to print the last message in the terminal blast off. So when I run the code, we should see the same output as we anticipated here. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and blast off. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and blast off. As you see, we can use while loops in many practical examples in real world. For example, countdown. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this section. In this section, we're going to talk about functions in Python. So a function is a block of reusable code that performs a specific task. Functions can help us to organize our code, make it more readable, and reduce repetition. In Python, there are two types of functions: built-in functions that are predefined functions like print, len, input, that so far we've worked with many of them in the previous sections, and user-defined functions, functions that we create ourselves. This is the function that we are going to learn in this section. So how to define and call a function. A function is defined using def keyword followed by the name of the function and parentheses. Here, I want to show how to create a function. We use the def keyword and we name the function. For example, this function name is greet, and then the parentheses. In the parentheses, we will learn later in this section that we can pass some arguments to these parentheses later on in this section. But for now, we just know that we need to put parentheses. Then a colon. After that, we are having this print function here. So this is the built-in function, and this is the user-defined function. And this function is going to print hello world message for us in the terminal. So when I want to call this function, I simply just type down the name of the function followed by parentheses, and then this function is called, and this function is executed. So when I run this code, you should see hello world message in the output. So now it's compiling because it's for the first time. It may take a bit of time. Okay, now we're having hello world in the output. We saw that we only had this function call here one time, and one time this function executed, and this function is simply typing down hello world. So if I call this function more than once, this function is going to be executed. Oh, sorry, greet. So when I call this function twice, this function is being called twice, therefore this part is executed twice. So whenever we call the function, the compiler goes up here, starts with the first line of the function, and this function is only have a single line, so it is going to print hello world. So we saw that how we can create a function and how we can call a function. And there are three parts for function to remember: the def keyword, the name of the function, and parentheses. And later on, we'll learn about some arguments that we may want to include in the parentheses. So here we could, instead of calling this function, I could type down print hello world. And if I wanted to have it twice, I could type it down twice. Okay, and then run the code. It was going to do the same thing. However, we are using the function to avoid repetition. Now I'm repeating this line twice. Instead, I'm having this code being executed here once and avoiding the repetition. Okay, and it is increasing the readability. So this is why we use functions. And this is just a very tiny example here. For example, we want a function to do some mathematical operations for us. Whenever we call the function, that function is going to execute a certain block of codes to do the mathematical operations for us. And calling a function is much easier, like twice, 3 times, 4 times. If you want to call a function 4 times, it's much easier to repeat all those mathematical operations in the code 4 times. So it increases the readability of the code as well. So in this section, we're going to focus on functions, and we're going to have more examples of functions later on in this section. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about a scope of variables. So each variable has a scope. They are either local or global. In this video, we're going to talk about local variables. So variables that are declared inside a function are local variables, and they can be only accessed within that function. Let me illustrate it with an example. I'm having a function called greet, and I'm using the def keyword, and there is no argument for this function. So when I call this function, a local variable is initialized to be equal to hello world string, and then it is going to print this variable for me, which is called message. Okay, so I'm having the greet function being called here. So when I run, I see that I'm calling the greet function. The compiler goes up here, initialize the message variable, and then it prints the message variable. So we see the message variable in the output hello world. Okay, but can I access this message variable? So can I print it directly here? So when I run, I see an error. Why? This error comes from the fact that this message variable is a local variable for the greet function, and it's not a global variable, so it would be accessible outside of this function. So this message variable, because it is declared and initialized in our greet function, it is only accessible inside the function. And when I want to use that message variable outside of the function, it returns an error. And how do we know that it's inside the function? Because when we are declaring a function, we start from the beginning of the left side of the note here when I'm typing down, but when I have the colon, and when I enter, I start typing something, for example, here, it does not start from the beginning of the left hand side. Okay, it starts with some space. This means that this part of the code that has some space from the left hand side is included in this function that has a colon sign above here. But because here again I'm having the start point as the left side of the page, we see that it's in the global part, it's in the main part of the code. But because here, let me illustrate it with another example. Greeting function, then colon, print hello from the greeting function. Okay, and when I come here and I call this greeting function, let me run the code. It says hello from the greeting function. It is being printed out here. Why? Because this part is a part of this greeting function. How? Because we see that there is a space there. So this is a part of the above line. Okay, but here that I'm calling this greeting function, there is no space from the left side, so it's not a part of the greeting function but an independent part. So in this video we learned how local variable works in Python, and we learned that they are only accessible within a function that they are declared and initialized and not outside of the function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to talk about return statement in functions. So functions can return a value using the return statement. The value returned can be stored in a variable for further use. Let me illustrate it with an example. So here I'm having a function called add. To declare this add function, I'm using the def keyword, and in parentheses, I'm having two parameters or arguments. They are separated by a comma. The first one and the second one. The first one is called A and the second one is called B. Whenever we call this function is going to return A plus B. Okay, so this function is going to add the first number and the second number that are passed to this function by doing this line, return A plus B. So let me show you how I'm calling this function. Now when I call this function, I'm having a variable called result, and this result variable equals the result of this function, the output of this function equals this result variable. So I'm calling the add function, so I'm typing down the name of the function, then in parentheses I'm having two numbers and they are separated by a comma, 3 and 5. So 3 is going to be equal to A because this is the first parameter or argument that is passed to this function, and 5 is going to be set to B because this is the second argument that is passed to this function, and B also is the second argument. So I'm calling the add function and I'm passing 3 and 5. And when I'm calling this function is going to return a value for me. It is going to return the value A plus B for me. And A plus B equals 8. So the output of this function is going to be assigned to my result variable here. So 8 is going to be stored in the result, and now I'm printing out the result. So when I have the output, when I run the code, I see that when I'm printing the value of result, I see 8 in the output. I can have, for example, a new variable called x equals add, and then I'm having 2 and 2. I can have y add 5 and 6, for example. I could have z equal add, for example, x and y. And in the output, I would like to have the result of x, then x, print the result of y, then print y, and then finally I want to show the result of z and have the z here. So what I'm doing here is that, again, like the result variable, I'm declaring three new variables, x, y, and z. I'm calling the add function, asking the function add to perform the a plus b with two numbers, 2 and 2. So when I call this add function, the first 2 is placed for the a, the second 2 is placed for the b, and a plus b is going to be returned when I'm having this line, and the result of the return, the output of the function is going to be stored in x. So I expect the value of x will be 4. Then I'm calling the function another time and assigning the result to variable y. And when I'm calling the function, I'm having 5 and 6. So 5 is a and 6 is b. 5 plus 6, the result is 11. So I expect to have the 11 for the y. So 11 is the output of this function, and this is going to be assigned to variable y. And then I'm calling the function one more time, this time with the variable x and variable y, and they are previously taken two values. So I expect the result will be 15 because x is 4 and y is 11. So x is now placed for the a and y equals b. So 4 plus 11 equals 15. So when I run this code, I see the result of x. So here also I'm printing out the output of x, y, and z. The result of x equals 4, which we expected. The result of y equals 11, which we expected. And the result of z equals 15, which we expected. So this is how we can have a return statement in a function to give us some output of the function, and we store that output in, for example, certain variables for further use here. And also we learned how functions can be useful, because now I'm performing this line of code a plus b one time only, but I'm using it 4 times in my code. Instead of typing down these mathematical operations 4 times, I'm just calling it with different parameters. So it is much easier to have a function to do the job for us, and we have different part of the code where we call the function to do that job for us. So we don't have any repetition. We are having the mathematical operations being written only once. This is how it can reduce the amount of code that you're going to write, and this is how it is going to improve the readability of your code, because you're typing down the operations one time, but when we are going to have like 10 times of this operation, instead of having it 10 times being repeated in the code, and it would be not very easy to read, it would be hard to follow. Okay, another time I'm having for example, a plus b, another time I'm having 2 plus 2, 5 plus 6, x plus y, etc. Instead of having these, I'm just calling the function, and the code is being reused several times, and it is being written one time only. So this is how useful the functions are in Python. In the next videos, we're going to dive deeper into this concept. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we're going to write a program that declares a function that takes a number as a parameter and prints whether it's an even number or odd. So here is my function. I'm using the def keyword to declare my function, and I'm having the name of the function called check even odd, and I'm having one argument for this function that we call it number. It could be x, it could be y. We can get to choose this number, okay? And this function is basically checking to see a number if it's even or odd. In order to understand if a number is even, we need to do a division. So when
This is a definition of an even number. When a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that that number is even. Otherwise, that number is odd. So let me write it down for you. If a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that number is an even number. Otherwise, it is an odd number. So this is a definition of an even number. So if a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of this division equals 0, it means that number is even. And if a number is divided by 2 and the remainder of that division does not equal 0, that number is an odd number. Okay? So for example, when 10 is divided by 2, the output of this division is 5, but the remainder of this division is 0. So we understand that 10 is an even number. But when 11 is divided by 2, the remainder of this division does not equal to 0, is not equal to 0. This is why 11 is an odd number. So now we want to define a function that checks whether a number is even or odd. To do that, we are having one if-else condition here. So the number that is passed to this function, we are having this operation on that number. So this number is divided by 2. And we are checking to see if that number that is passed as an argument to this function, it is divided by 2. And it's the remainder of this division equals 0. We are checking the if condition. If this happens, print even. Otherwise, print odd. So it checks to see if a number is passed to this function. That number is divided by 2. Its remainder equal to 0. If this statement is true, then this part is true. Then it is going to enter this if condition and it is going to print even. Otherwise, it is going to print odd for us. Let me illustrate it with an example. So I call this check even odd function, and I'm passing number 10 as the argument. And I'm calling this function one more time, and I'm calling the function, I'm passing the argument that is 7. So let me run the code. So when I run the code for the number 10, I see even in the output. When I have the number 7, I see odd in the output. So one thing to remember is that I'm using the modular sign here. So the modular sign is going to return the remainder of a division. So this number is divided by this number. When I'm using this modular sign, it means that if this number is divided by this number, print me the remainder. Okay, give me the remainder. So when I'm having, let me illustrate it with an example. So when I have 10 divided by 2 here, when I run this code, you see number 5 in the output, okay? 10 divided by 2. But when I have print 10 modulo 2 and run this code, we have the output 0. What does it mean? It means that if 10 is divided by 2, the remainder of that division is what number? This is 0. Okay, so this is how the modulo sign is going to help us to understand the remainder of a division. It was a very good example. And now we see that here I'm having this block of code being executed whenever we call this function. Just imagine that we were not using the function. So I'm calling the function 2 times using 2 lines. Okay. And this part of the code is written only once. So if I wanted to not have a function, and every time that I was checking a number to see if it's odd or even, I had to write these 4 lines. So whenever, for example, I want to check 10 numbers, each time I had to write 4 lines of code. So 10 numbers multiplied by 4. So 40 lines to check 10 numbers if they are odd or even. However, here I'm having only 4 lines being written only once. And when I'm calling that function, I'm just using one line to call this function to do the mathematical work for me. So if I want to call this function 10 times, it will take 10 lines plus these 4 lines that are written only once, it will be 14 lines of code. However, if I want to this mathematical operations, these 4 lines for 10 numbers to be checked, the result will be 40 lines of code. And this is just a simple example. So it is very useful to use functions to reduce the repetition in our code and therefore increase the readability. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to talk about functions with default values. So we can assign default values to parameters of a function. So if no argument is provided, the default value is used. Here I'm having a function called greet. I'm declaring it using the def keyword. And I'm having a parameter here, but this is a bit different from what we saw so far. Previously, we were having a function, for example, called def hello, and it was having the name and it was printing in the output for us the hello message and then, and then the name. Okay, this is what we saw so far. So when I call this hello function, let me comment these 2 lines. So when I call this hello function and I'm having an argument here, so when I call it, it says hello Reza, okay? And when I call this function with no argument, there is an error here. And we saw that that this error will come up when we are having an argument in the parentheses for the function when we are declaring it, okay? So in order to avoid this error, we are going to have functions with default values. So here I'm having a function called greet with default values. So it has the name again, it has the same argument, it is having one argument in the parentheses and it has this part that is extra. What is this part is going to do is the following. Name equals friend. And this function, when it is called, it is going to print hello and then print out the name that is used when calling this function. However, we can call this function with an argument and without an argument. So when I call this function with an argument, it is going to say, for example, hello Reza. But when I call this function without any argument, it is going to say hello friend. This is a function with default parameters or default values. So when I call this function now, so let me comment this part. So when I call the greet function and I'm having Charlie here as the argument being passed to this function, and when I run this code, it is going to say hello Charlie, okay? But here when I call this function and I put nothing in the parentheses, if I call the hello function with empty parentheses, we saw that there will be an error. Why? Because it requires an argument. But when I call this function greet, it requires an argument indeed as well. But when I call it with empty parentheses, it is going to by default set this friend string equal to name and assign it to the name and then consider that name in the output. Whenever I call this function
with no argument, it is going to use this default value. This is why we call them functions with default parameters or default values. So let me run the code. Now I'm calling this function and I'm passing no argument. It says hello friend. In the next line, I'm calling the function and passing an argument. It says hello Charlie. Okay, so let me review it one more time. Functions with default values are like this. When we are calling the function with an argument, it is going to place the argument here. So when I call the function with the Charlie argument, Charlie string, it is going to set Charlie to name, and then in the output says hello Charlie, as we see in the code here. But when we have the greet function being called with empty parentheses, it is going to by default use the friend keyword here and put it equal to name and print hello friend in the output. Okay, so this is how a function with default value would work. We learned that this is not possible in normal functions, because in normal functions, when I have this hello function and it has no default value, I must have an argument when I'm calling this function. Otherwise, if I call this function with empty parentheses, it is going to return an error for me. And how we can understand that a function is a normal function or it's a function with default values? It's a good question if you're having it. This is the answer. So this part shows us, okay, this is a function with default value. This is a sign for us to understand. When we see this equal and certain value equals to, for example, the argument of the function, we should understand, okay, this is a function with default value. So when I call this function with my own argument, it is going to use my argument. But when I call this function with no argument, it is going to use a default value itself for that function. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to have a coding exercise with functions with multiple return values. So functions in Python can return multiple values. Here is an example. I'm using the def keyword to declare my function, and I'm having a function called get sum and product. And in parentheses, it takes two arguments. And this function, whenever it is called, is going to declare a new variable called sum. And sum equals a plus b. So it is going to have the result of a plus b stored in sum. Then it has a new variable called product, and it is storing the result of a multiplied by b. This sum could be x, and this product could be y, but we are just naming them like that so it increases the readability of the code. So after that, it is going to return the value of sum, this variable that is calculating a plus b, and product, which is this variable that is calculating the multiplication of a and b. Okay? And whenever I want to call this function, as before, I'm having the get sum and product name, so the name of the function, and then in parentheses, I'm having two numbers because it takes two numbers in parentheses as the argument. So 3 and 4. I'm calling this function with 3 and 4. However, because this function is returning two values in the output, this line of code, this call of the function equals two variables on the left side. So the first one is the result of the sum, and the second one is the result of product. And because this get sum and product function is returning first the value of sum and then the value of product, I'm having the first left hand side variable here result of sum, because the first return value is going to be stored in the first variable on the left hand side here, and then the product, which is the second returned value, is going to be stored in the second declared variable in the left hand side. Okay, so this is the point of having a function with
multiple return values. It is going to return two values, sum and product, and therefore when I'm calling this function, it equals two variables on the left hand side, one for sum, one for product. And if it is returning sum first, be aware that it is going to store sum in the first variable declared on the left hand side, and the same logic goes for the product. Okay, then I'm printing the result. So I'm saying that print and the message sum, result underscore sum, which is the first variable, and then print the message product, and then a result product variable, which is the second variable. So when I run this code, we see this sum message is shown here, and it says the result sum equals 7, and the product is shown here, and the result product equals 12, which are the correct numbers, 7 and 12. So this is a very good example of having a function with multiple values, multiple return values. Why? Because maybe we would like to have a function that does different types of mathematical operations for us. We can combine all these mathematical operations in a single function and not even 2, 3, or 4 functions. So it is very useful to combine them and ask the function to return multiple values for us after doing the calculation, and then we are assigning them to different variables. As we see, we are trying to learn how to optimize our code as we proceed through the course, because it's very useful to have an optimized code, a code that is having high level of readability. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone and welcome back. In the previous video, we talked about local variables. In today's video, we're going to talk about global variables. So global variables are declared outside of functions. So they are global and they are accessible from any functions. To illustrate it with an example, here I'm having a variable called message, and it is having a string that the string is hello world. So it's a global variable because it is outside of any function, and this is the only function that I have here. The name of my function is function1. I use the def keyword, and basically this function is going to print this message variable that is defined outside of this function. So this function can access a global variable that is defined and that is declared and initialized outside of this function. This is how nice the global variables are. So I call the function one here, and I expect to have the output message in the output, because this function is going to print the message variable, and this message variable is saying hello world. Therefore, when I call this function, I expect to see the message hello world in the output. Also, I can have another print function here that is printing out the message function in outside of any function. So it is also globally trying to access a global variable. So when I run this code, I see two hello world message being printed out in the terminal. So in this lesson, we learned how to declare and initialize a global variable, and we learned that we can access a global variable inside a function even though that variable is declared and initialized outside of that specific function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to have a coding exercise that have local and global variables together in one example. So if a local variable has the same name as a global variable, the function will use the local variable. For example, I'm having a global variable called number, and it is equal to 10. Then I'm having a function called modify number, and I'm using the def keyword. In this function, basically, I am initializing a variable called number, and it is equal to 5. Then it is going to print this variable number for me in the output. So I call in the main part, I call this modify number function, So it is declaring and initializing a local variable called number, and it is going to print its value, which is 5. And then I'm printing out the outside function, and then I'm trying to print the global variable number. So when I run this code, I see that inside function equals 5. So we see it here, inside function, the number variable equals 5. The outside function, the number variable equals 10. And the reason is why in this function now we are not accessing the variable number which is global. The reason is that we didn't declare global number and then start modifying, for example, number equals, for example, 10. This is why when we are not typing down this line of code, when we are typing down only the declaration of a variable like number which has the same name as the global variable, it is going to consider it as a local variable. However, if I comment this part and I have this part right here and this part right here, I'm using this line for the declaration of the global variable inside my function, and then I'm having this global variable equals to 20. So now the global variable has been modified to 20. So when I run this code, I see inside function the variable is 20, and outside function the variable is also 20. So this is very important to use the global number uh, creation and declaration of the global variable inside a function if we want to use this global variable inside of the function. Otherwise, if we just type down the declaration without the global keyword, it is going to consider that you're declaring a new variable, a new local variable inside of this function. So this is why when I'm having only the declaration equals to 5 and then printing out the number variable, it is printing 5 for me in the inside of the function, but outside of the function when I'm printing the number variable, it is accessing this global variable. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to write a program that declares a function that takes two numbers as parameters and print their sum. I'm declaring the function called add numbers, and I'm using the def keyword, and in parentheses I'm having two parameters, a and b. And whenever this function is called, it is going to print the value a plus b for me. To call this function, I'm typing down the name of the function, and then I'm typing down two numbers, so 3 and 7. When I call this function, 3 is placed for A and 7 is placed for B, and A plus B means 3 plus 7, and it is going to print the value of 10 for me because it is 3 plus 7. So when I run this code, I see the output 10. I'm having another, for example here for you. I'm having add numbers, meaning that I'm typing down the name of the function. I'm passing two numbers, 10 and 20. I run this code, the output is 30. And let me define another function here, exactly like this. So when I'm having add my numbers and I'm having A and B as the argument, oops, sorry, A and B, I'm having the colon. It is going to return A plus B for me. Okay. So when I call this add my numbers function with two values like 100 and 200. So if I run this code, I see the output is 300. So we see here that I'm having another function called add my numbers. The first one was add numbers, and this is a new function that I defined, add my numbers. And in the parentheses, we are having A and B.
And this function is going to use a return statement, a plus b. So whenever I call this function is going to return a plus b, and automatically we see the output in the terminal. So this was an example of how to declare a function that does, for example, the sum of two numbers for us. We could either use the print function so that function is going to print the output, or we could use the return statement to have the output of the function. Here I'm printing the output using the print function a plus b. We see 10 and 30 is printed in the output. Here I'm not using the print function, but I'm using the return function, and it is going to return the value a and b, a plus b. So whenever this function is called, this value is going to be returned, and we see the output in the terminal. This was a very good example of how to call a function and how to have a function with print or a return statement to do the job for us. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video. In today's video, we're going to learn how to create sets and different types of set creation. Here, I'm having my first set being declared using set function. So when I'm having this set function to be assigned to a set variable, it means that I am defining an empty set. So whenever we want to define an empty set, we are going to use the set function. Then I'm having another set being created. It is called numbers, and this set is having 4 elements: 1, 2, 3, and 4. And finally, I'm having my third set being declared here, and it has 3 elements: 1 integer, 1 float, and 1 string. As we see, there is no problem if there are elements of different types, of different data types, let's say. And finally, I'm here printing out these 3 created sets, where I'm showing the message empty set, set of numbers, and mixed data set. And I'm calling their name. So I'm putting the name of my sets, so it is going to print them. When I run this code, I expect to see the sets here in the terminal, the values of the set. So the empty set is returning only this for us. So it says it's an empty set, so nothing to be shown there. And for the set of numbers that we are printing the message here, it is printing numbers variable, which is a set here declared, and its elements are 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we see them in here. And finally, here I'm having mixed data set, which is calling this mixed set, and it contains 3 elements: 1, hello, and 3.14. So in this video, we learned how to create and print elements of a set. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to check if a value is present in a set or not. So this is my set here. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements, and the elements are from 1 to 5, in fact. And I would like to check to see if number 3 is inside this set or not. To do that, I'm having a variable called value. It is assigned to number 3. So I'm calling the isValue in set function, and I'm passing 2 arguments. First, I'm passing my value variable, and then I'm passing my set. So this function is going to check if this value variable, which is 3, is having the element in this set or not. So if this 3 number is one of the elements of this set or not, this function is going to do that for us. So this function is declared and created using the def keyword. The name is value in set, and it accepts 2 arguments, value and my set. Then it is going to return the output for us, and it is going to return this for us. It is going to check if value is in the my set. So 3 already exists in this set. So we expect the output of this return function will be true. So when I run this code, the output, it says is value in set. So this is the message, and then we're calling the function and passing the argument. So it is going to return the result for us, and the return of this is going to be true. Why? Because 3 exists in this my set element. So if I type down 5, the answer is still true, because I'm asking to see if number 5 is inside this set, and we see that number 5 is indeed there, so the answer is true. But when I have the 7, the answer is false, because 7 is not one of the elements of this set. So this is how we can check to see if a number is presented in a set or not. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about set union, or we are going to talk about, let's say in other words, how to combine two sets to create a new set. Now we are having two sets here, set 1 and set 2. Set 1 is having 1, 2, 3, and set 2 is having 3, 4, and 5. So this number 3 is in set 1 and it is also in set 2. In order to combine them, I'm having x variable being declared, and I'm having set1 pipe operator and then set2. So this line is going to combine these two sets for us, set1 and set2, and here I'm showing the message union using pipe operator, and then printing out the x set for the user in the terminal. We see the output. So in the output, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the sets are combined. But what happened? Here we see only 1 tree. We had 1 tree here and we had 1 tree here. Why we are not having 2 trees in the output when we are combining two sets? The reason is this. We learned in the introduction video that sets do not allow repetition and duplicate values in themselves. So this is why the set, when it is combined to form a new set, it is not taking two values that are the same. So this is why in the output we are seeing only 1 tree value, because sets do not allow duplicate values. There is another way to combine sets. The other way is like this. So we can either use pipe operator to make the union, or we can use the union function simply. We type down the name of our first set, then the union, and in parentheses we type down the name of the second set, and this is assigned to our variable called y. Now I'm typing down the message union using union function, and I'm printing this y for myself in the output. So we see in the output the sets are having the same elements, and in this case also we are not having two number 3 being printed in the output for the reason that I mentioned. It's your choice, either using pipe operator or using the union function. Both of them can help us to create a new set based on two already sets that we are having. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about intersection. So in order to understand intersection between sets, we need to use certain functions or certain signs in Python. Let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having a set, and the set name is set1. It has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. And my other set is set2, and it also has 3 elements, 2, 3, and 4. And as you can see it here, numbers 2 and 3 are shared between these two sets. So 2 and 3 is shown in the first set and also in the second set. So how can I have a code that can give me the shared numbers between two sets. So I would like to have the expected output to be 2 and 3. This means that I would like to write a code, and that code computes the shared number, or let's say intersection, between these two sets and return me 2 and 3. We can do it in Python quite easily. We can use AND operator. So I type down the name of the first set and using the AND operator, and then the name of my second set. And these equation here, like set1 AND operator set2, is equal to my new set. So it is a intersection set. I name it intersection set. And then I use the print function and I type down intersection using the AND operator. And then I'm printing out my set that is called intersection set. So let me comment this part first. So when I run this code, I should be able to see numbers 2 and 3 in the output, because these are numbers that are shared between two sets. So in the output, we can see intersection using AND operator, and the output is 2 and 3. So this is one way to understand the intersection between two sets. Another way is, again, I'm initializing a variable with the same name, intersection set. And what I'm doing, instead of using the AND operator and typing down the names of the sets before and after the AND operator, I'm typing down the name of my first set, then I put a dot here, then I type down the intersection keyword. So it is going to call the intersection function for me. Okay, so I'm typing down the intersection, and then in parentheses, I type down the name of my second set. So let me review. I type down the name of the first set, dot the intersection keyword, and in parentheses, I'm typing down the name of my second set. And then I'm having this print function to print the intersection set for me in the output. And I'm showing the message intersection using intersection function or method, let's say. Then I'm typing down the name of my set that is assigned to the intersection of these two sets. So when I run the code, again, I see this message intersection using intersection function, and the output, the result of this set is 2 and 3. So this is how we can use intersection to combine the code in a way that it can give us the shared numbers between two sets. And it's quite easy. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we would like to talk about set difference. We would like to understand what are the numbers that are in set 1 and not in set 2. So here I'm having two sets, set 1 and set 2. Set 1 has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. And set 2 has 3 elements, 2, 3, and 4. So we would like to understand what are the numbers that are in set 1 but not in set 2. After checking the numbers in set 1, we can see number 2, okay, this one is here also. So 2 is in set 1 and also in set 2. Number 3 is in set 1 and it is also in set 2. But number 1 is in set 1 and it is not in set 2. So we are looking to find the numbers that are included in set 1 and not in set 2. Okay, so we see that number is number 1. But how can we understand it using like some coding or functions in Python? To do that, it's very easy. We type down the name of the first set and then minus or subtraction operator and then set 2. And this is going to calculate for us the numbers that are indeed in set 1 and not in set 2. And it is assigned to a new set called difference set. So then here I'm using the print function to type down the message difference using and this minus operator or sign. And here I'm typing down the name of the difference set here. There is another way to do it as well. The other way would be to type down the name of the first set dot the difference keyword, and in parentheses we type down the name of the second set, and this is assigned to my new set that is called difference set. So, and we are typing the message saying that difference using the difference function or method, and then I type down the name of my set that I want to print its value. So when I run, I see number 1 is shown. Using both methods, we reached to number 1, showing that we did the correct calculation, because when manually we checked that, it was again number 1. So it is very important to know that this method is going to give us now the things that are included in set 1 and not in set 2. This is why the set 1 is first and then the set 2. Set 1 is first and then the set 2. If we want to understand the numbers that are in set 2 and not in set 1, we need to change the place of set 2 and set 1 in these equations. And these are two ways to find the difference between these two sets. And as you decide, it's your choice. You can go ahead and choose which one, whatever that you're comfortable with. And the other thing that I would like to mention here is that, for example, if I add one number here, for example, and when I run, we see that number 10 is now written here. Why? Because now I added a new value to my first set, and this value is not in set 2. So this is why I can see 1 and 10. So if I include 10 also here, and I recompile, I should not see 10 anymore here. So when I recompile, yes, we can see that only number 1 is there. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about symmetric difference. So let me give you the definition of symmetric difference. So the symmetric difference of two sets contains all elements that are in either of the sets but not in both. This means that the symmetric difference excludes elements that the two sets have in common. To illustrate it with an example, I have set 1. It has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. I have set 2. It has 3 elements as well, and the elements are 3, 4, and 5. So the common elements between these two sets is number 3. And if we exclude number 3, we can get the symmetric difference. So the symmetric difference of set 1 and set 2 equals 1, 2, 4, and 5. All elements that are in either of the sets but not in both. So this is the meaning of symmetric difference. But how do we do it using Python? To do that, we have the name of the first set, then the operator of the symmetric difference, and then the name of the second set, and this is equal to our new set, and I name it symmetric difference set. It could be X, for example, it could be Y, it's your choice. Then in the output, I'm using the print function and I'm typing down symmetric difference using, and then I type down the name of the set, so it is going to print me the symmetric difference of two sets. And there is another way to do that as well. So I type down the name of my first set dot symmetric underscore difference keyword, and in parentheses I type down the name of my second set. This is equal to my new set that I call symmetric difference set, and I print symmetric difference using symmetric difference function or method and then we are having the comma here and then the name of my newly generated set. So when I run this code, I see exactly this output: 1, 2, 4, and 5, 1, 2, 4, and 5, and 1, 2, 4, and 5. So we learned two methods by which we can compute the symmetric difference of these two sets. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to learn how to do membership testing for sets. I'm having one set that is called my set. It has three elements: 1, 2, and 3. Then I'm printing is 2 in the set. I would like to check if number 2 exists in the set my set. Mathematically speaking, if I want to check that, I type down number 2, then I use the in keyword, and then I type down the name of my set. Okay. And also I would like to see if number 5 exists in the set or not. Here I type down the message, is 5 in the set? And if I want to do it in the programming language, I type down the number, then in keyword, then name of the set. Let's say set name. Okay. So when I run this code, the first statement is true. Why? It returns us the value true because 2 is indeed existing in my set. So number 2 in set. I'm saying, is number 2 in the set? And the answer is yes. This statement is true because 2 indeed is inside this set and it is one of its elements. And then I'm saying that is 5 in the set? And no, the answer is no. This statement is not true because 5 is not in the elements of the set. Therefore, the answer is false. But if I type down, for example, here, is 5 not in the set? Is this statement true or false? 5 not in my set. Okay. So what do you think? Is 5 not in the set? I'm saying, yeah, number 5 is not in the set. Yeah. And I'm typing it in Python programming language. 5 not in, and the name of the set. So the answer of this statement is true. Why? Because indeed 5 is not in my set, because it's not in my set. So we could do the membership testing either using the in keyword or not in keyword. And in order for you to have a better understanding when you're doing it, it would be nice to type down these statements in words as well. So you're typing it in mathematical language, for example, here, or in Python syntaxes. But it would be nice to type it down in words as well. It sounds nicer when you type it down, I think. So you type down is 2 in the set, and then you type down the code. And here, when you're having the question here, is 2 in the set, and you see true. Okay, so true, therefore 2 is inside it. So you can find the answer completely in the terminal when you're having the message, instead of going to say, okay, the second statement is for which print, when you're having like 200 line of codes, for example, it would be very hard to trace it. So it's nice to also have these messages in the terminal. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we're going to talk about subset and superset. But let me give you my definition and explanation using an instance. Here I'm having set 1, and it has 3 elements, 1, 2, and 3. And we are having set 2, it has 2 elements, 1 and 2. And if I want to define subset meaning, it means that we can declare that set 2 is a subset of set 1 because all the elements of set 2 are contained in set 1. Let me repeat it. So I can say set 2 is a subset of set 1, and the reason is all the elements of set 2 are contained in set 1. Therefore, set 2 is a subset of set1. And vice versa, we can say set1 is a superset of set2 for the same reason, because all the elements of set2 are contained in set1. So in other words, if one set is a subset of another, the second set is automatically a superset of the first one. So if we want to do this checking with Python in codes, we can have the code like this. So I type down the print function, and in the parentheses, first I type down the message. I would like to see if set2 is a subset of set1. To type down in codes, I type down the name of the set2, so set2 lower than or equal to, and then set1. This sign represents a subset. And if I want to check the superset, so I would like to mention if set1 is a superset of set2, I type down the name set1, and using the larger than or equal to sign, which is the superset sign, and on the right hand side, I'm having set2. So for the subset, when we are checking, I type down the set2 on the left hand side, and for the superset, I type down the set1 on the left hand side. So when I run this code, we see this in the output. So I'm asking to see, is set2 a subset of set1? And the answer is true. Well, yes, the answer is yes, because all the elements of set2 are included in set1. And then I'm saying, is set1 a superset of set2? And the answer is yes, and for the same reason. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In today's video, we are going to talk about set comprehension. So set comprehension is a concise way to create sets in Python using a single line of code. It allows us to define a set by specifying an expression and optional conditions. For example, here, I'm having my name of my set is squares that I'm creating here. And to create the set, because I want to be the set of squares for numbers from 1 to 5, I'm having x star star 2, so square of numbers. And for each x that is in the range 1 to 6, because we're writing down 1 to 6, but we are willing to have something from 1 to 5. Why we are writing down 1 to 6 then? Because the start point is inclusive, but the end point is exclusive. So if we want to go from 1 to 5, we need to type down in the range 1 to 6. Okay, so and then when this is calculated, it is assigned to squares, and then I'm printing out the squares. So when I run this code, I see the output is 1, 4, 9, 16, and 25. But why? The reason is, so x is taking value 1 to 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then when we are computing these numbers to the power of 2, we're having 1, 4, 9, 16, and 25. So this is how we can create a set comprehension using a single line of code. We are going to do some further exercises for set comprehension in the next videos. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this section, we are going to focus on lists in Python. So a list is a collection of items that are ordered and changeable. They are created using square brackets, and items in lists are separated by commas. A list can store items of different types, for example, integers, string, or even other lists. And we can access the list elements using index, starting from 0. Let me illustrate it with an example. In order to declare and initialize a list called fruit here, we are having a square bracket here, and there are 3 elements in this list of mine, and they are separated by a comma. So you see here, there are strings. This is why we are having double quotes. There are 3 elements, and they are separated by commas here, and they are declared in square brackets here. Sorry. In order to access
elements of a list, we can simply use the print function, type down the name of the list, and then the index. Okay, so because our indexing system starts from 0, we are having 3 elements with these indexes. So apple is the first one, so the index is 0. Banana is the second one, the index is 1, and cherry is the third element in this list, but its index is 2. So 0, 1, 2 are the indices in this list of us, okay, of ours. This is very important to note that all of the lists start from indexing 0. Please keep that in mind. So if I want to print the first element of this list, I'm going to type down the name of the list, and in the square brackets, I'm going to type down the index. So if I want to print apple, I'm typing down index 0. If I want to print banana, I'm typing down index 1. And if I want to print out cherry, I'm typing down the index 2 here. So let me run this code. So when we run this code, we see in the output apple, banana, and cherry. So in this video, we learned about lists and how to create them and how to access the elements of a list. In the next videos in this section, we are going to dive into deeper concepts of list, and we are going to have some practical coding exercises so we can have a comprehensive view and understanding of lists in Python. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about list operations. In particular, we're going to learn how to iterate over all the items of a list using for loops. We would like to write a program to print all items in the list. Here is our list, fruits, and it contains apple, banana, and cherry. Okay, so previously we learned about this code, so we can print fruits exactly like that. It is very easy to do it. Okay, but now we are going to learn how to access all the elements using a for loop, not basically printing out only the fruits list typically. Okay, now we would like to loop through the list. To do that, we are typing down the name, the for keyword, then a new variable I'm calling fruit. We can call it x for the sake of simplicity. So I'm declaring a new variable x, and this x is going to iterate over the elements of the fruits list. So for keyword, then a new variable, then in keyword, then the list that we would like to iterate over, and then the colon. That's it. Then when we are having the colon, we enter, we go to next line, and we are printing x. And x is going to iterate over all the elements of this list for us. So it is going to print all the elements of the list for us. So when I run this code, I see apple, banana, and cherry. Why? Because in the first iteration, x equals apple. In the second iteration, x equals banana, and in the third iteration, x equals cherry. And in each iteration, we are printing the value of x. Okay, so when x equals apple in the first iteration, we are printing apple. We see apple in the output. Then banana is equal to x, and then we are printing x, so banana is printed, and the same goes with the cherry. This is how we can use for loops in order to iterate over all the elements of a list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how to measure the length of a list. So we are declaring this list called fruits. It is having 3 elements. It's very easy to say that when we are having a small list, we can simply count the number of elements of this list here. However, if we are having a very large
lists that is containing like 200, 300 elements, it's very hard to uh, check the length of the list manually and start like saying, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Therefore, we have a reserved function in Python called len and parentheses that is going to return the number of items in a list. So let me give you an example. We are having this list here, and in order to measure the length of the list, I'm printing out the len function, and in the parentheses, I'm putting the fruit. So basically, the function is this fruits. Okay, so this is the function. We are typing down the name of the function, and then in parentheses, I'm typing down the name of my list. And because I want to print this value, I'm putting it in the print parentheses. So when I run this code, I see it says 3. So in this video, we learned how to use the len function to know the number of items in a list. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about list operations, in particular membership test using in and not in. So this is in and this is not in syntax. So we use in to check if an item exists in a list, and we use not in to check if an item does not exist in a list. For example, we would like to write a program to check if apple is in the list and if grape is not in the list. To do that, we are having a list called fruits, and there are 3 elements in this list: apple, banana, and cherry. So the membership test is the following. To check if apple is in the list, we are having the print function. I'm typing down the apple, the element or the string that we want to check if it is existing in the fruits list or not. So simply I type down the apple, then I use the in keyword, and then the name of the list, which is fruits. So I'm saying, is apple existing in the fruit list? So the output we expect to see true. Why? Because apple exists indeed in the fruits list. Why? It is the first element. And then we are checking to see if grape is not included as one element in fruits list, and we expect to see true again in the output because it is true that grape is not an element of fruits list. So let me run this code. All of them, both of the answers are true because apple is inside the fruits list here and grape is not in the fruits list. So let me have another example here. So for example, we could say uh, banana not in fruits, and the output we expect to see false. Why? Because banana, we are saying banana is not in fruits. We are checking this membership. The output is false. Why? Because banana is already there. So banana is one of the elements of these fruits. So when I print another time banana in fruits, I expect to see the output true here. So let me run the code. We see for the first two, as we discussed, the answers are true. For the third one, banana is not in fruits. It is false because indeed banana exists in fruits. And then the last one, it is true because banana is in fruits. Is it true? Is this statement true? Yes, banana is in fruits. But banana is not in fruits. Is this statement true? No, this is not true. Why? Because banana is indeed in fruits. Grape is not in fruits. Is this statement true? Yes, so the output is true. Apple is in fruits. Is this statement true? Yes, it is true, so the output is true. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to talk about how to modify a list. So lists are mutable in Python. It means that we can change their elements by accessing their index or performing certain operations. We are going to write a program to replace the second item in a list with orange. Okay, so our original list is here. So it's called fruit. It has three elements: apple, banana, and cherry. And we also learned that the index of banana is 0. The index of apple is 0, the index of banana is 1, and the index of cherry is 2. So we would like to write a program to replace the second item in the list with orange. So the second item in the list is banana. We're going to modify this banana and replace it with orange. But how can we do that? It's very easy. We type down the name of the list and the index of the second item, banana, which is the index is 1, based on 0, starting from 0, the banana index is 1, and we are setting equal sign to orange. This way, I'm modifying the second element of this list. After that, I'm printing my list. How? I'm using the print keyword and put down the name of the list. So when I run this code, we see that apple, orange, and cherry is being now printed in the output. But what if I would like to change cherry to something else? So for example, I would like to modify cherry. So I would type down the name of my list and the index of my third element, which is cherry, and the index is 2, and I'm going to uh, have the equal sign, and I'm just typing down pineapple. Okay, so now I would like to replace cherry with pineapple and then print out the fruit list. So when I run this code, I see this new list of mine here: apple, orange, and pineapple. So this is basically are the rules of how to access certain elements in a list for further modification. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to learn how to modify a list using remove, pop, delete, or del and clear functions in Python. So basically, when we are calling the remove function, we need to put one item in parentheses, and it is going to remove the first occurrence of the item that is mentioned in parentheses. Then we can have the pop function. It is going to remove the item at the specific index. So in the parentheses, we can type down the index, or the last item is going to be removed if no index is specified in parentheses. Then we are having the del keyword, the delete keyword it means, and then the list name, and then the index in a square brackets. It is going to delete the item at the specific index. And finally, we can have the clear function that is going to remove all elements from the list. Let me illustrate it with an example. So we would like to write a program to remove banana, pop the last item, which is this function here, delete the first item, and then clear the list. Okay, to do that, I'm having one list called fruit, and it is containing of 4 elements. It is containing 4 elements: apple, banana, cherry, and orange. So it says that use the remove function to remove banana. To do that, I'm typing down the name of my list dot remove, and in parentheses, as indicated here, we need to type down the name of the item. So I'm typing down the name of the item, remove banana. So banana is typing down here, and now I'm printing out the fruit list here. So let me comment these parts because we're going to uncomment them step by step. So I'm removing banana from the list, and then I'm printing out the list. So I expect to see apple, cherry, and orange when I'm printing out the fruit list after this modification. So this banana must have been removed. must be removed. So we are seeing apple, cherry, and orange. Indeed, this remove function helped us to remove the banana string from this list. Then we are having the pop function here. So it says pop the last item. So we learned that pop can have some index in the parentheses. So if we indicate the index in the parentheses, it is going to specifically remove the item at that index, or if we do not indicate an index in parentheses using the pop function, it is going to by default remove the last item. And it says pop the last item, so it means that we are not needing to have any index in the parentheses. So I'm typing down the name of the list, then dot pop, and with nothing in the parentheses, so it is going to remove the last element, which is orange here. So this is our last version of the list: apple, cherry, and orange. And then I'm calling the pop function with no index in the parentheses, so it is going to by default remove the last item, which is orange here. So we expect to see our list containing only apple and cherry when we are going to call this fruit list one more time and print the output. So when I run this code, we see yes, apple and cherry. So orange is now removed after using the pop function for the fruit list. Okay. Then it says delete the first item. But how do we do that? So this is the syntax for using the delete function, or del. So del, then space, name of the list, and in square brackets we are going to type down the index of the item that we want to be deleted. So here we are having the code del keyword, the name of the list is fruits, and we want to delete the first item as the problem is stating here. So the first item is having index 0. I'm removing the first item and I'm printing out the list fruit one more time. So when I run this code, the last version of my list was containing apple and cherry, and then I del the first item of the fruits list. So I expect not to see the apple anymore when I run the code, and see only cherry, because using this we remove the first element of this list. So yes, we are seeing only cherry in the output after we are removing the first element of the fruits list using the del keyword. Okay. After that, it is asking us to clear the list. In order to clear the list, we are having the fruits dot clear and nothing in parentheses, and we are printing out the fruit list one more time, and we expect to see nothing in the list, so we are clearing the list and there will be no item in the list after calling the clear function for the fruits list. So let me run the code one more time. Yes, we see an empty list here. So in this coding exercise, we learned how to modify a list using remove, pop, del, and clear function. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this lecture, we are going to learn about another list operations. In particular, we are going to learn about repetition. So we use the star operator to repeat a list a specific number of times. Let me illustrate it with an example. We would like to write a program to repeat the list apple and banana 3 times. To do that, we are declaring and initializing a list called fruits, and it is containing apple and banana separated by a comma. So there are 2 elements in this list. To do the repetition, I'm having a repeated fruits list here, and it is equal to fruits, this original list, times 3. Very easy syntax. Okay. Then I'm printing the repeated fruits here in the output, and I expect to see apple, banana, apple, banana, and apple, banana, because this list is going to be repeated 3 times, and it is going to, let's say, copied and pasted 3 times in the repeated fruits list. So when I run this code, I see apple, banana. This is the first time of repetition, apple, banana. Second time, apple, banana. So 3 times the original fruits list is repeated in the repeated fruit list, using this star syntax to have the repetition in lists. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this video, we are going to learn how to work with the reverse function. So the reverse function reverses the order of the list. We would like to write a program now in this video to reverse a list. So this is our list called fruits, and it has 4 elements: apple, banana, cherry, and pineapple. And by reverse, we mean that apple should be replaced by pineapple, and pineapple should be replaced by apple. So they're changing their positions. And also banana and cherry, the same thing happens for them as well. To do that, we are simply type down the name of the list dot reverse with empty parentheses, and then I print my list here. So when I run this code, I see pineapple, cherry, banana, and apple. So originally the list was lit like this. So in the output, we see the apple and pineapple, they switched their position, and also banana and cherry, they also switched their position. So simply using the reverse function in Python, we can reverse the elements of the list. So they're going to change their position, and a new list is going to be created based on this reverse function, in which the elements are reversed. The elements are reversed. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another lecture. In today's video, we are going to learn how to work with the sort function or method. So this function or method sorts the list in ascending order or descending order depending on how we work with it. So we would like to write a program to sort the list banana, cherry, and apple. So here is my list declared and initialized. It is called fruits. It has 3 elements: banana, cherry, and apple. And first of all, we would like to sort this list based on ascending order. To do that, I just type down the name of the list, then dot sort and parentheses, empty parentheses. So when I now print out the fruit list here in the output, so when I run this code, I see apple, banana, and cherry. So apple comes with an A, and then banana with a B, and cherry with a C. However, originally the list was banana, cherry, and apple. Now it is in the ascending order, alphabetical order. How we did that? We simply just used the sort function to do this job for us, and after that we printed out the fruit list. But we can also do it in the descending order. How to do that? We simply again type down the name of the list and then dot sort. However, this time in parentheses we type down this keyword, reverse equal true. This code is going to sort the list for us in the descending order. And after that, I'm printing out the fruit list one more time. And now when I print out the fruit list after the last modification in sorting the list in descending order, we see out in the output we have cherry, banana, and apple. Now it started from C and then B and then A, so it's in descending order. So in this video, we learned how to sort a list in ascending order and also in descending order. But just one point that we need to be careful about and keep in mind is that when we are willing to uh, sort our list in ascending order, we simply type down the list name dot sort and empty parentheses. However, when we want to do it in descending order, we type down the name of the list dot sort, and then in parentheses we type down reverse equal true. So this is all we need to do. Everything else is taken care of. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back. In this section, we're going to talk about tuples. So a tuple is a collection of data type in Python that is used to store multiple items in a single variable. They are useful for grouping related data type together, especially when data should remain constant. So now we are going to discuss the differences between tuples that we are going to discuss in this section with lists that we learned in the previous section. So tuples generally are immutable. It means that they cannot change after creation. They cannot be changed after creation, okay? But in lists, we saw that they are mutable. It means that we could add elements, we could remove elements, and generally we could modify the elements. This is not possible to be done in tuples. And when we want to define tuples, we use parentheses. However, when we wanted to define lists, we were using square brackets. In general, in terms of performance, tuples are faster because they are not changeable. They are immutable because of their immutability. However, lists are slower because they are mutable, because we can change them. Because of this option, they are slower. And typically, in terms of the memory usage, tuples are smaller in memory, while lists are more using memory size as compared to tuples. And tuples generally are used for fixed data or the constant values, while lists are used for dynamic data that changes frequently. So these are the main differences that we can mention between tuples and lists. In the next videos, we are going to learn how to declare and initialize tuples and how to do certain operations using tuples. Thank you for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we are going to learn how to iterate over a tuple in Python. I'm having my tuple and it has 4 elements: Python, Java, C++, and JavaScript. So there are 4 strings included in my tuple. Okay, so I'm going to show the message programming languages, and then I'm having my for loop. So for language, this is a variable. We could call it X, for example, here for the sake of simplicity. For any value of X, that is inside the my tuple, this is the name of the tuple, print the value of X. So when I run this code, it is going to print all the elements of this tuple for me here. Of course, we could also use this syntax to have the print of the tuple in the output, but we were trying to learn how to iterate through a tuple using for loops. Here, when the first time in the first iteration x equals Python, in the second iteration x equals Java, in the third iteration x equals C++, and in the last iteration x equals JavaScript. This is why when x equals Python in the first iteration, we are printing x, we see Python in the output. Then we see in the next iteration Java in the output, then C++, and then JavaScript. And this programming languages that is printed in the beginning is exactly this line that we were having it here. So this is basically how we can iterate through a tuple in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. We would like to do membership testing in tuples. We have a tuple called fruits. It has 3 elements: apple, banana, and cherry. And in the output, we are printing using print function to print the result for us. We want to check to see if apple exists in this tuple, and we want to check also to check and see if grape is not existing in this tuple. Okay, to do that, we need to use in and not in function. Here I'm having the print function. There are 2 parts in the print function. This is the first part and this is the second part, and these 2 parts are separated by a comma.
First, I'm showing this message. Is apple in the tuple? And then in the second part, I'm typing down the apple string and I'm using the in keyword and then the fruits, which is the name of my tuple. So basically using this line, I'm telling to the compiler to check if this apple is a member of fruit tuple for me or not. So it is going to return the value either true or false. In this case, we expect to see the value true in the output. Why? Because apple is a member of this tuple called fruits. Okay. And secondly, I'm having this message being shown in the output first. Is grape not in the tuple? We are saying the grape is not in the tuple. Am I right? Yes, you are right. But when we want to type down not in the tuple, we are using not in keyword and then the name of the tuple. So we expect also to see the result to be true because indeed grape is not in this tuple for us. So when I run the code, we see is apple in the tuple, this message, and the answer is true because apple is indeed in the tuple. This is the first element. And then we are showing this message in the output, is grape not in the tuple? So we are using this syntax, grape not in fruits, the name of our tuple. And we see that grape is not one of the elements. And the answer is true. This statement is true. Grape is not in the tuple. So this is how we can use membership testing using in and not in keywords in Python. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to another video. In this video, we are going to learn about concatenation and repetition of tuples. Here I'm having tuple 1 and tuple 2. Tuple 1 includes 1, 2, 3, and tuple 2 includes 4, 5, and 6. Here, to do the concatenation, we are having the new tuple called x, and I'm having tuple 1 plus tuple 2. This way, I'm concatenating these two tuples together and I'm setting their value to tuple x, okay? And then I'm having the repetition here for tuple y. So the name of my tuple is y. And I'm using tuple 1 times 3. So tuple 1 is going to be repeated 3 times and then it is going to be assigned to tuple y. Finally, I'm printing x as a concatenated tuple and as the repeated tuple for y. So when I run this code, I see the x tuple is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It has the elements of the first tuple and then the elements of the second tuple. So they are merged in one and single tuple called x. And then I'm having tuple y, which is called a repeated tuple in the message in the output here. And we see it has 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3. So basically it was having tuple 1 times 3, which is this tuple. So 1, 2, 3, the first repetition, 1, 2, 3, second repetition, and 1, 2, 3, the third repetition. So this is how we can do the merging and repetition for tuples. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome to this lecture. In this video, we're going to talk about packing and unpacking for tuples. So packing and unpacking are convenient features in Python that allow for grouping multiple values into a single entity called packing and breaking them apart into individual variables called unpacking. So let me illustrate it with an example. Here I'm having my tuple and it is assigned 10, 20, and 30. So we can say my packed tuple is this one, okay? So I'm printing out my tuple here and I'm saying in the message packed tuple. So when I run this code in the output, I see packed tuple is having 10, 20, and 30. So it allows me for grouping multiple values into one single entity. So this is why we're using tuples initially. So we call this action as to be packing, okay? We could also remove the parentheses if we want. So when I run this code, again, I'm having the same output. So it is called packing, but unpacking means the following. So this my tuple has three elements, 10, 20, and 30, okay? The unpacking is like the following. Because it has three elements, I'm having three variables here called x, y, and z, and they are assigned to my tuple. So when I run this code and I'm printing out x, y, and z, I see that unpacked values are 10, 20, and 30. It means that the first element of the tuple is assigned to x, the second element of the tuple is assigned to y, and the third element of the tuple is assigned to z. This is called unpacking. And I could, for example, print only the value of x here. So when I run this code, you see the output 10. So x is assigned 10. So this is how we can unpack a tuple. We can break the tuple apart into individual variables, and these individual variables are x, y, and z. So let me just type down y and z here. So in the next video, I'm going to have a coding exercise to dive deeper into this concept. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back. In the previous video, we learned how we do packing and unpacking. So packing is very similar to initializing a tuple. Therefore, in this video, we are going to focus on unpacking tuples. I'm having a tuple called person info. It has three elements, two strings and one integer. So the first element is Alice, the second element is 25, and the third element is engineer. Now to do the unpacking, I'm having three variables here being initialized and declared. I'm having name, age, and profession. They are equal to my tuple, person info, okay? And they are going to take the values of this tuple respectively. For example, this name is going to take the first element of my tuple because it is mentioned first. Age is mentioned secondly, so it is going to take the second element of the person info tuple, and profession is mentioned as the third in the list here, so it is going to take the third element of the person info tuple, okay? Then I'm printing out three things here. I'm having the name, the age, and the profession. And I'm using name here, age here, and profession here. So each one of them is taking one value from this tuple. When I run this code, in the output, first we see the messages. So name, age, and profession, name, age, and profession. Then we see instead of name, we are having Alice. Instead of the age, we are having 25. And instead of profession, we are having engineer. So this is how the unpacking works. We can break the elements of a tuple down into different variables, and we can use those variables separately. This is how unpacking works in tuples. Thank you for watching.